Hey, what's up, Kalen? Yeah, new run. Val, what's going on, guys? Bye-byes. Yeah, so no, to answer, the inevitable, did I die? I did not die. But I have been, seeing the request to try out Extinction, as well as, tips I might have for getting a run off the ground for this. And this is, I guess what PZ would qualify as hard mode. So while I might not necessarily, play this run for multiple streams, because I kind of want to keep my 16x run going. There'll be some tips here for if you wanted to, have this kind of be your, I guess, the term forever world gets thrown around a lot. No, we won't be doing 16x pop. So this Extinction, I guess before we, start talking about the settings and all that, if you go into Sandbox, and you just select anywhere to spawn, but you can see what all the settings are. So say you wanted to know what rising settings were, you could, click through and see what changed. So if it's yellow, that means it's different from Apocalypse. If it's white, it's the same. So like Apocalypse, it's all going to be white. Nothing will be changed. But Extinction, for example, same time, but the zombies are very much different. It is on high population. You can click this checkbox down here to see what that entails. So we get on to population multiplier 1.2, population start 1.5, population peak 2. So like the highest population you'll encounter in Extinction is 2.4. Yeah, so if I did Extinction with 16 times the population, with the random zombie sprinter amount, random sprinter 6%, I would essentially be playing with just an Apocalypse level sprinters, but I also have the Shamblers to deal with, so... But I mean, my approach to, that would, be no different than my 16x run that I'm, currently playing, where I just run out into the woods. Yeah, it wouldn't be... I mean, I wouldn't say it's next to impossible. Like, obviously, if you run out into the woods, you can deal with anything. But, like, how fast you would progress would be just monumentally... It would be so much slower compared to, like, what I'm currently doing. I'm something like 5 months in right now with, a couple thousand kills or whatever. And, obviously I could be doing more than that if I wasn't building a giant castle. But... I would not really be getting even remotely close to the towns. But yeah, the biggest thing about Extinction, we're not gonna change anything from the base here. So the biggest thing is obviously the superhuman tough modifiers, as well as the sprinters, and there is respawn. So not crazy amount of respawn. This is actually just what Apocalypse respawn used to be, but there's no shortage of people complaining online about how respawn is the craziest thing ever. But I honestly think Apocalypse respawn wasn't even really that difficult to deal with. When they got pinpoint, they do. They have pinpoint. They have a further follow distance by 2 times. Oh wait, no, they don't have pinpoint. It's all just normal. So, in my opinion, this is, when they're all normalized like this is actually easier than when they're random, because the def ones tend to be a little bit trickier to deal with when they just don't like, yesterday, for example, I went upstairs, and there was one zombie that just did not react at all until it was, like, right on top of me, and, and they're kind of like landmines when they're def. Yeah, Rat Race is pinpoint for sure. Rat Race is pinpoint with 1,000 follow distance. Muscle strain's not the worst thing to deal with. I mean, I think Extinction does up it from the 0.7. So if you're doing this, you're going to want to fence fight with the 1.0 value, obviously for the first, 5 to 6 levels. But if you're playing with sprinters, you're going to be fence fighting a ton anyway, because that's just, how you're going to deal with it. But yeah, anyways, that is kind of the gist of... there is a sometimes helicopter and often meta events. But yeah, that's the gist of the settings that go here. Pitch black, that's also notable. So I'm not going to be staying out at night for sure. All right, we're just going to go with the Extinction. I'm going to choose probably one of the newer towns. You know, we keep talking about Rosewood, keep talking about Riverside. I'll probably go with the Rosewood just to see what the town's like. As for my perks, I'd probably go with, you know, like I keep talking about, lumberjack, carpenter, construction worker, maybe construction worker, just because I can have that, and then I can grab, you know, all the good stuff that I typically get. I mean, I like to kind of start with the negatives first, just because that, you know, these are the points that I'm going to end up spending anyway. Now, I'll do Sunday Driver. I don't really like the cars. You don't have to take that if you don't want. It's only 1 point, but I like to take it. Weak Stomach, Slow Healer, those I will always take. Conspicuous, I will always take. Prone to Illness, I think is an okay in a lower population setting. If you're playing 16x, I would avoid taking that. But, you know, there are ways to get around that if you do have a gas mask. Reluctant Fighter, not bad. Thin-Skinned, not bad. Illiterate, of course, for me, I like Illiterate. But, you know, for you, maybe not. What I would do a 16x pop run with bandits. If I do a bandits run, it'll probably be kind of like today's stream, where I just do it for a stream or two. It's a little bit hard to balance the bandits, in my opinion, because if I play bandits, it's either, you know, two sides of a coin of, like, I get shot off screen and I'm limping and, you know, I can't really react to stuff like that, or they're just stupid and they run up to me and you know, just let me execute them, and now I all of a sudden have an M16 with, you know, 7 magazines that are fully loaded. Just loot delivery surfers. A bit hard to kind of balance it. But as Reluctant Fighter just lowers the amount of experience you have, so it's pretty easy to balance out if you take Fast Learner along with it. You just get a net minus of, you know, a fraction of what experience you're getting on your combat skills, but instead you get a bonus to all of your other skills. You take Fast Learner with it. It kind of just balances out. So you essentially get, you know, Fast Learner for only 2 points if you take those two perks in conjunction with each other. All right. And today I'll probably do a athletic build just to get this, you know, run going pretty quick, but I'm gonna still take puny because this like offsets it. I get 10 and 10, and strength is, in my opinion, a lot easier. I mean, I think at this point it's not even my opinion, it's just factual that if you know how to manipulate protein, even if you don't know how to manipulate protein, it's just a matter of, you know, fishing at all and maxing out your protein value, and you still get more experience doing strength exercise than you do fitness. Why do you use Illiterate often? Because I play 16x and you don't really often get a whole lot of books. Now, I will say I have found a lot more books in my 16x run, so I think the new map does have a lot more book spawns. But at this point, you know, in my entire, you know, streaming career and, you know, thousands of hours of playing Zomboid, I've just always taken Illiterate, so I'm just kind of used to, you know, playing with it. You just passively level strength walking around. So I did actually kind of disprove the passive myth. You do get strength, but you do get fitness by running around. It's just so minuscule compared to exercise, and I guess hitting Zeds. Like the passive strength you get and fitness you get from hitting Zeds is just huge compared to running around. So like I ran around. Granted, this is fitness and you're talking about strength, but so you do get strength faster, but I ran around for a 7.5 hour stream to go from 0 to 1 fitness, and that was like the only thing I did for fitness. It's very slow, some of that passive gains. If you are attempting to get strength and fitness up without exercise, it takes a long time. Dumbbells and barbells would be cool, but doing the push-up is actually just more effective than the dumbbell and barbell because the animation takes longer to complete for the push-ups. All right, well, enough blabbing. I'm going to get back to selecting my perks. Keen Hearing, can't miss out on that. This is one of the greatest perks to have for a long-term run. You know, you might see some, you know, opinions online saying hard of hearing is a pretty easy trait to deal with, and you know, the point differential between these two things is 10, but you know, there is a large radius behind you that you can just have, especially if you're playing with sprinters. This is a kind of a must-have. You intend on, you know, sitting down on the ground ever. Reluctant fighters, 3 points. It's very easy to deal with. Push-ups are better because the animation is faster, yes. So you effectively get more strength faster with push-ups than you do the dumbbell. New game. I did not die. I'm just doing, you know, people are asking about Extinction and, you know, tips I might have for getting a run going. Yeah, hard of hearing is only good if you intend on, like, if your goal is to just, I guess, max out, you know, a stat super fast, then it's not, you know, that bad. But if you, you know, intend on playing the save for any long amount of time, it's pretty bad, you know, perk to be stuck with. Hey, about keen hearing, you can hear without them. Now, keen hearing is always you want to have this. The radius behind you is so much larger with keen hearing, and if you don't have keen hearing, if you're sitting on the floor, you sometimes can't react to a sprinter that would run up to you. Run illness is it's all right. Can make it work. It's really just a problem with the corpse sickness in 16x. I think there are living zombie health, like if you're surrounded by a bunch of Zeds in Extinction, it does impact you negatively even if they're alive. Alright, I keep blabbing. So we're gonna do Gymnast, obviously, for the nimble bonus. There are a bunch of sprinters, but there are still quite a few fast shamblers that we're gonna have to deal with. To do Wakeful, Cat Size. Man, I'm just throwing my points away super fast. Whittler. And that might be it for the perks I'm gonna take. I would like to get organized, but it's not a huge deal playing without it. And I do not have Bushcrafter this run because this run isn't, you know, the craziest run out into the wood kind of run. So I won't need to forage and start from nothing essentially. Yeah, I mean, I'll get to slow reader, so that's more or less what I'm probably going to end up taking to balance the build out here. But so most, if not all, of these negatives will not really impact me too heavily. Whittler is gonna, you know, just speed my carving up since I'm not playing Carpenter this run. I'm playing Construction Worker instead. This kind of opens the window for me to get to short bats eventually. Yeah, Graceful is a pretty good perk if you're playing, you know, full sprinters. It's a bit tough for me to fit stuff in at this point. Of course, I could play, you know, completely unemployed. Then I would need to fit in some maintenance and weapon skill kind of perks. I guess you don't need to do that. There are maintenance books now, and I am, you know, playing with the ability to read, so it's not the worst, but you're giving up a lot by, you know, not taking one of these package deal kind of things with weapon skill plus maintenance. Did my survival character die? I did not die. It's just been requested several times to do Extinction and, you know, start a run to kind of get people in line with what I would think doing this type of run would be. Unemployed is, you know, pretty good pick if you just want to make your own custom occupation. I thought it used to say custom occupation, but now it just says unemployed. Alright, so I think this is the run, or this is the perks I'm going to take. I don't really think I'm going to fit anything else into here. Like, the only potential changes I could see myself making to something like this is taking Cowardly, taking Hardy Appetite, and then, you know, maybe doing blacksmith knowledge or something like that. But, you know, I can read, so this isn't, you know, the worst thing ever to not have. I would probably take organized and then like a 2-pointer, maybe low thirst. But we're not going to do that for now. We're going to get rid of cowardly, wherever it is, that one. But yeah, both cowardly and hearty appetite are pretty easy to deal with late game. Yeah, the slow weight gain one though, I can't. So obese or whatever, the overweight, you can't take in conjunction with athletic. So that one you can only take fast metabolism. But yeah, obese is pretty good. Obese is a kind of a good perk if you're playing 0-0. Yeah, construction worker does give long blunt now, so you don't need to take brawler if you want to use like a long weapon with this. But get short blunt and long blunt with construction worker. By short blunt, I mean you get both of them. So, but in my path to leveling up carving, you can get short bats, you can get long bats, just whichever you intend on using. You will with construction worker level up short blunt faster though. You get more experience. Yeah, no blunt's not a smoker. Unfortunately, the stuff you can take with athletic is quite limited. You can't do slow metabolism or smoker. I think in the past, so in build 41, you could definitely be smoker and athletic. I don't think you could take overweight. Maybe you could. You definitely can't now. You can, however, if you take smoker, level your character up to become athletic, but that's about where that ends. So this is our construction worker extinction guy. Chinese marathon runner, chain smoking. There's definitely some out there. I would believe it. I've been to China and they like their cigarettes. Do I really need keen hearing? If you're playing with sprinters, I would 100% take keen hearing. Keen hearing just makes the radius behind you larger. So if a sprinter approaches you from the back and you're sitting on the floor, the only real way that you're going to react in time and stand up in time is if you have that additional radius to see that they're coming. The real dude, he's kind of a famous person. Yeah, he's kind of a big deal, but no, I believe you. I mean, he sounds like a real person for sure. Yeah, I would keen hearing. I mean, even with shamblers, it's kind of a must. Like for example, my long run that I did, I built the giant wall around Louisville. I played without keen hearing, and even with shamblers, you kind of don't want to fast forward as much. You know, if you're transferring a bunch of items to a car, or if you're cutting a tree down or something, you know, where you're just facing a direction, it can be a bit more difficult to react to stuff. How do we do hobo extinction? I will not be running to the woods in this one. Do I prefer maces, or they make me top tier? Maces definitely the like late game, you know, long blunt / short blunt weapon to move to, but like mid game, early to mid game or whatever, you're going to want to use the short bats, or, you know, work your way up to it. But like super early game, you're just going to use whatever you get your hands on, you know, be it, you know, a frying pan or a tree branch or whatever. You know, early game isn't really so much a matter of like, oh man, what weapon should I use early game? It's just, what weapon do you have right now? No axe bonuses, not with the construction worker. I mean, axes are, you know, the meta pick, but I'm not exactly metagaming when I'm taking athletic and, you know, ditching, you know, 20 points off the rip. Like if I were super metagaming this run, of course, I would play this no differently than, you know, how I play my 16x runs. Take unfit, take slow metabolism, you know, and then I have, you know, another 22 points just by taking those 2 perks and not taking athletic. I can spend on all sorts of positives, but I don't intend on, you know, having this be a long-term run because, you know, I already have a long-term run that's going. So we are going to do athletic for the short term. Except now I need to get rid of this so I can take it again. There we go. How am I going to defend myself? If only I had 2 other weapon skills by my construction worker occupation, such as short and long blunt. It would be impossible to defend myself. Runner is a bit of an overrated pick. Runner only increases the running experience you get by 30%. If I can even find it. Maybe I can't take it with, yeah. So you already get 1 experience point, or 1.3 if you take fast learner with it. So, and you just get an additional 30% if you take runner. And for 4 points, that is really not worth it. I mean, yeah, you'll be weak if you start with puny, but you can do push-ups and get strength pretty quickly. What kind of hairstyle does Chud Mulder have? Does he have a bald spot? Yeah, he does. Because of all the molding he's doing. Chud, lowercase Chud Mulder. Yeah. Bro, I did not even, I've never seen the stubble. Nobody does stubble, bro. Yeah, I'm like a little under 3,000 hours. What are we gonna wear? It's gonna be, I didn't look at the temperature, but you know, the good thing about having too much clothes is you can just drop it if it is too hot outside. But you know, we're gonna take a denim, full denim outfit. We're gonna do baggy jeans. We're fashion maxing. Wow, I'm so fashionable. No t-shirt. We'll go to tank top and make it white. Socks. Go with some shoes, type 1, type 2. We're gonna go black shoes. Yeah, denim shirt's pretty good for the armor. If you're like on top of your tailoring, you can put patches and stuff on all these and it covers your entire upper body. So, and tailoring is still kind of the way of getting armor and not causing your character discomfort or any other, like, you know, combat speed slash run speed modifiers. I want the Hank voice pack. No skill for aiming. We won't be doing aiming, no. Guns are entirely optional, and the good thing about melee is you can, you know, kill upwards to 1,000 a day if you know what you're doing, if you're super late game. I mean, of course, you know, if we're playing 2x pop as our maximum, you probably won't get that high, but sneakers will help running. They will, but, you know, it's not a major debuff to wearing shoes, and sneakers have a less of a stomp damage, whereas your shoes have, so like, you know, if you play firefighter, you can spawn with military boots, and those have like the highest multiplier to your stomp damage. It's like 2.5 or something. But especially for like an early game thing where I'm potentially going to have to fight versus sprinters, I'm going to want to be able to, you know, push them down or run over a fence and stomp on them and have them die in, you know, less than 20 hits. Longest stable version been out for like 5 days. Did not know that I could get an apron. I guess I'm a construction worker. That explains it. I do have a belt. Chud the Mulder. All right, and this is my first time playing Extinction, so, you know, I don't know exactly what to expect, but I have seen other people play, so got a good enough idea, and I've played plenty of, you know, 16x slash sprinters gameplay to kind of get an idea about it. Don't get construction worker or hard hat? Absolutely not, bro. We got to get that on the job site. Such a crazy random name, bro. I typed that in. So, I've not spawned in Rosewood ever before, but yeah, so this is not only going to be my first time doing Extinction, it's going to be my first time being in Rosewood since they changed it. Okay, we've already been spotted, unfortunately, by that guy right there. Okay, we have a melee weapon. And we are spec'd into using this as the short blunt. I can also grab the griddle pan too as well if I really want. There's no reason to aim walk when I am in a house that I already know is clear, because your house you spawn in never has Zeds in it. Enjoy the house alarms. Could be fog not good. Yeah, the spears are good, but you know, for a quick and dirty run like today, I'm gonna stick with the weapons that I have a bonus to. But you know, maybe in my 16x run, we might move towards that a little bit. I have a pencil. I'm in my upstairs apartment, it seems. I guess I don't even care if they come like below me, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Okay. I might need to just get out like ASAP, man. Well, it's over. Alright, second try. I don't know about that spawn there. Like, I have to be up on the second story, and then my back wall is completely fenced in. Bro, I should have saved Chud Malder. We're just gonna make Chud Malder and then run with whatever we spawn in with every time. Yeah, that was lag. My brother was playing. Alright, now I'm not on a second story where I'm like forced to run out one way. That's awesome. Oh yeah, I can't open that two-way window. Alright, I don't know a fence over here. Yeah, so I'm a bit forced to just like use these windows around in this spawn. I don't have a fence that I can work with. Let me catch up on y'all. Fake settings Can't imagine playing without proximity inventory. Yeah, I mean, it's always a go-to. The rolling pin of doom. Yeah, don't ask me where I'm going to put this. Yeah, I don't think fence fighting is that different. It might be, the targeting might be weird on online, but I've not had an issue in single player at least. So we have 129 strength. Obviously, I've been swinging my weapon around a whole lot, so I'm going to have muscle strain. But we'll fast forward for a little bit here. So being that this is the outskirts of the town and, you know, I'm not forced to run downstairs from my spawn point, I'm having a bit of an easier time. Try to close some of these curtains and maybe have a nice time here. Is there a... Oh, it's just another tall fence. Bro, where I need some vaulting fences. We're in a rough spot if, you know, we get confronted by some sprinters is the thing. So I could, what I could do, I could make my own fence. Hold on. Let's be resourceful. Pick up the logs, put them on the ground, go back into where I smashed a bunch of oids up, and rip their clothes up. Rip. 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 So it's going to be a shitty fence, but it is a fence. I could have built this a little farther up, but that is something I can use. In the crafting menu, yeah, you can. I just, I'm so used to doing it that way for whatever reason, so it's not the worst thing, but any other difference for extinctions? I went over like the sandbox settings in the start of the stream, but for the most part, it's you know, sometimes helicopter, 6% sprinters, a little bit lower loot, somewhat higher muscle strain. Movie theater, like the drive-in. Oh, we have our first guy, but it's only one of them. But I guess we can kind of go over fence fighting. So I just wait for him to fall over. And that is Sprinter's gameplay. If I lost that, then I run to my house. You know, I hopefully get to the window, and if I lose that, then, you know, it's a little bit harder for me. And speaking of going through my window, I'm going to get rid of the glass so I can hop through if I really need to. You don't need a sprinter or a fence for one sprinter, but it does make things easier. Especially as a 0 strength character with barely any weapon skill at all, you're going to want to hit them when they're on the floor to get as much damage as you can. Because as you said, one sprinter is fine. You're going to want to push them over. I can sit there all day and smack them with my rolling pin, but it's not really that effective. We have that guy, and he is probably pathfinding to the other side of the fence, so he's going to run along the whole thing. I do not want to be caught out here. Moderate exertion. I'm going to run back to my safety of my one fence. Hi, bro. Did you die? Yes, bro. I died. That's why we're playing a new run, because that's the only reason I ever play a new run is because I died. Yeah, we got one singular fence to work with. But much like any other sprinters run, it's the first of many fences. Alright, I'm actually just gonna, you know, corral you back over to here. Hello, Mrs. Oid. Don't have a water bottle. Oh, there's so many windows in my house, man. I just... I'm realizing now that I have all these dirty rags on me. I'll just leave them outside. This is my fence. There are many like it. It is mine. It's personalized, especially for me. I would like to have 2 fences. I think 2 fences is always better than 1 because they do like to walk around it. We have a friend coming from that side, but hopefully I can kill this guy before I have to deal with them. Not gonna happen, it seems. Get some damage in on them. Exactly what I wanted to have happen. Can the table double as a fence? You cannot push the table down and use it as a fence. I'm not sure what you're asking, but... and also there are like some... it might have been fixed in that I can, you know, put a table next to the fence and kind of... We'll try picking it up and seeing if they fix this, but you used to be able to walk through the solid objects when they were placed next to a fence. Okay, it seems they fixed that, so that's not a horrible thing to do. I'm kind of stuck to the sides of it rather than just walking through my stuff. Okay, I didn't want to take the curtains, but that's what happened. Really nice leather couch for a trailer. Hey, just because I'm in a trailer doesn't mean I'm poor. It just means I'm saving my money. You show the map location, bro. I literally just start playing. We're already fielding these questions and I've not moved at all. This is what the map looks like. I'm right in that house. I'm in the L shape from the Tetris. That's me. Riverside, this is Rosewood. There's zombie respawn. There is zombie respawn in Extinction. If you're curious about all the settings, I cannot list them from memory, but if you go into Sandbox, you can select the Extinction preset and see all the individual things, but there is respawn in this game mode. We have a carpenter hard at work right here. One day. This is one of the beauties of being low strength is that you have a chance to just take 20 tries to open the window and then not even get in. I would like to get that log, but there are a number of oids over there. There's like 4 of them. Still a bit too much for me to take with my low strength character and rolling pin, which might be pretty low durability. It's all right. Does this... Yeah, don't get maintenance experience from this, unfortunately. But I am getting, you know, a small amount of short blunt. Weak baby man. Hey, man. How dare you say that about Chud the Mauler? Oh, he has 24 kills in 4 hours. You know how long it took Virgil Stokes to get 24 kills? He got 9 kills in the entire first stream. I can't believe Bro's little feeble arms didn't allow him to get out of his Rosewood spawn in the middle of the city. Unbelievable. Total skill issue moment. Okay, yeah, there actually is just no fence around here, but this isn't bad for like a, you know... learn to play. How to walk. WASD. Man, actually, I need to learn how not to die. Hold on, where's that part? Can I search this? Can I read this like chapter book? I'm stressed out. Animal rope. Yeah, how to rope the animals, how to hang them. We're just gonna kill them. We're just gonna... Activating PvP. Oh, hell yeah. I got some pop. That's the cue. Oh my god. Is there anyone even out here? How to press Q. Okay, we're at the drive-in, of course. You know, this is looking like a pretty nice spot. Base up. Okay, you're not a sprinter, are you? I don't really know if there's a good way to tell. Instead of the noise you're making. Yep. I can't deal with 3 of you guys with 1 strength. Or no strength, actually. No strength, no skill. Bunch of coke. I will take that. Here's the way to tell they sprint. I mean, they make little like hissy noises. They're basically snakes. I just meant when he was like sitting there on the floor. More grape soda. Really not a lot of food in here. But I mean, it is a drive-in movie theater. And pick these walkie-talkies up, and if you are curious, we are playing with, you know, the helicopter potentially on. But I did not get the frequency with that. Nothing in these counters, huh? There's really no food here at all. Yeah, no house alarms, no chill. I mean, the only issue here is that if you are low strength, you don't have fences to do fence fighting with. You have to kind of build your own. What's up, Shim? Good to hear, man. Appreciate you, bro. Where's all the popcorn? That's what I want to know. Popcorn machine, but I can't eat any of it. I know there's a fire station in Rosewood. What? Guys. Hi, bro. What do you think about the Rosewood fire station as a base? Question mark. Is it good? Alright. We're playing trash RNG. What do we get? Oh, I got a... That's actually solid for a trash find. For me right now, especially. I got a huge upgrade. This is why you check the trash. Actually, it's not a huge upgrade because this thing is like just horrible condition. I have like one potential use out of this snow shovel. But snow shovel, if you had to ask, you know, 100 Zomboid players which weapon they think is better, snow shovel or rolling pin, it's the snow shovel. There's not really, it's not a deep question. Like Rose at S tier start. Oh, you're hitting the fence, aren't you? Well, I'll just leave you to your mining activity over there. He's mining away. The door. There, you hit the door like that. This is my door. I want to live up here. Okay, eventually I want to live up here. I can't wait to find my pencils and pens, and everything sucks up here. Nothing is cool. Got rid of my favorite building in Rosewood, and what would that be? There's multiple ways out of here. See? I can jump out this window. I don't even know if I'm stomping on you because of like where this stair is. I think they're in the bathroom. Oh. Fall over, fall over. Damn, that is bad. It's alright, we're chilling. But I am exhausted. Alright, we're not going to play exhaustion game with you. All about knowing where to fall back. No, I don't want to fight when I'm moderate exertion and minus 50% melee damage. So all that fighting, haven't done a single push-up. Let's check the strength XP. We are already halfway to strength level 1 just from beating Zeds up. Haven't done, you know, a single bit of strength XP. But that is how easy it is to kind of level some of these early game strength levels up. No grinding. Of course, I could be grinding as well if I were out in the woods, but we're not playing out in the woods today. How am I enjoying Extinction so far? It's not really all that different from Apocalypse yet. I haven't experienced, you know, any major differences, you know, outside of, you know, the obvious sprinters here and there. Now here's a trick. Open, close, and then you just lead them over. How you get a Zed off the door and get them to go over to a window right next to it. Died in the first 10 seconds. How dare he die when he spawned in upstairs one way out place in the middle of the town. Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes more populated areas with any amount of sprinters, especially the one that I was at where I only have a one-way out, is a bit of a meme. Like, if I had the map, then I could show you. Maybe you're familiar with Moldra, the wood-gated area there. There are, you know, spawns that you can get in that location that are just essentially one-way outs. You can't get out. Any other way, you're forced to kind of do what I did and, you know, run directly through 20 Zeds and try not to trip. AKA, like, full RNG, essentially. I haven't found a knife yet, which would be, you know, what I would use to get carving up. Start doing that. Here, we're gonna do some more fence building. Actually, it'd probably be better to do fence like right here. I just put that in the trash. Now I put that on the floor. Any Radford death? Hey bro, remember when you died? No, I forgot. Awesome, we have that. Now we can, you know, maybe deal with some of the guys that are hanging out down by the projection screen. Caught up. Did his survival guy die? No. One of these guys, probably a sprinter. Odds are. Never mind, none of them are. Chased by 6 crawlers. Yeah, bro died to 6 crawlers when his character was like exhausted and dying of like several other boodles too. Oh yeah, you're a real Zomboid pro. I bet you won't honk the horn right now and let everyone know you are. What do we got? Water bottle. Very cool. I try to separate these guys a bit, but it will be tough. They are both the same. Okay, I can pull this one off. So Zeds that are attracted to you with your like hands up like this do walk faster than other fast chamberers. That's why this guy's splitting from the other one. Now, because I did that, I was able to kill both of them without, you know, doing them at the same time. Corn Dog Rabbit, that was one of the streams of all time, honestly. That was a shitty moment. Just me being sad, having my leg broken, and you know, I don't know, it's a lot of pain, that stream. Alright, we're gonna have to do something about food here. There is a granola bar in that vending machine, but that's about it. Lock is broken. What? Lock? I don't think these guys are all locking their trunk for. Make me smash all your cars open so I can get whatever minuscule amount of loot you have. Hello. Alright, we're gonna just push this guy down. Watch, nothing. Oh wait, we got the key to this car right here. It's a very small thing, but you can see the keyring right there. Well, I can look in the back here and see if there is nothing in the trunk at all. Matches, battery, bandage, annotated map. Let's find out. Oh my god! Is that the map? Bro. Is that the map? What do you mean the map, bro? The map. The map to the map. That map sucks now, though. You know. So I guess I just can't get to this trunk. Amazing. Oh no, a second Netherland has hit the building. Mr. Obama, a second Netherland has hit the building. Get down. Oh, I didn't even look in the car and see if there's stuff around here. Nothing cool. Here, we can look at the Rosewood map so that people are like, hey, can you open the map and show you where I am? Whoa, now I can see the whole map. I'm way down here. So, not a bad start for, you know, going into Rosewood, because not only am I, you know, a little out in the woods, but I also can approach the town from, you know, south to north, which typically makes things easier to, like, see. Empty gas can, ratchet wrench. Hold on, we are going to upgrade ourselves here. No more rolling pin. The rolling pin has served its purpose. We have a much better short blunt option now. The ratchet wrench. We're just playing the loot box opening simulator of opening every car and seeing what there might be in the trunks. Tire pump, boring. Got the key to this, and there's gas. Bro, win car. We already found one. And we found another tire wrench, or another ratchet wrench. We are flying through the game in terms of weapons. Another loot box. Matches and all that goodness, but I don't want to exactly pick everything up. You know, another tire wrench. So what I might end up doing here is just dropping my shovel that will break in one hit, and we are short blunt mode. Fort King died? No. The run I am playing right now is simply to, you know, showcase what I think is a good strategy for playing Extinction. Yeah, you probably don't have to go back on some of these cars to see the trunk, but I'm just so used to doing it. Bit habitual. So we got duct tape, nothing cool. This trunk was actually open, but I had the key to this car. Means I probably already checked the trunk. There's, yeah, the water bottle. Another key. And there's a lot of keys. Getting a car, not difficult. Okay, we have Mr. Alcohol here with his bunch of beers. And even more beers in the back. Awesome. I might go to the second story house to sleep, which will entail me going to here and getting my green comfy chair. Whip is secondary since I have no strength. And give me 1 second here. I am going to be right back. Hey, what's up, Stevie? Hey, that's my car. Absolutely not. 3 cars in the back. I am for certain going to abuse that alcohol. So I got my equip as secondary chair. And then I'm gonna grab this TV. Actually, we're gonna do this in 2 parts here. So this is where I'm going to camp out, unequip. I'm going to put my chair over here. I'm going to drop my pancake mix and some ratchet wrenches so I don't weigh as much. You know, I might just make the pancakes in... Well, I need like a bowl and... Or hold on, we'll go through this whole like ordeal. No emergency broadcast, unfortunate. 9 Fitness in town. My goat is washed. Bro, we're playing like a run that we can somewhat it can be recreated by someone that doesn't want to just run into the woods like I typically do. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna grab our TV. And same deal with our chair, equip a secondary. Now it's only weighed down. It's easier to work with. Yeah, we're doing a little bit more of a regular run. It's been requested a few times that I try out Extinction, as well as, you know, what I think you should do in terms of strategies. But now we are gonna TV max. So this is our life. This is the life of a true American patriot. They have a TV right in front of them, and they just have their chair, and I'm just locked in to the TV. Of course, if you are playing with the power, you do have the privilege of looking at the Life and Living channel. So exposure survival, we're not gonna miss day one. I'm gonna learn that fishing rod skill. So not only did I get to fishing 1 because I watched that, I learned the recipe for the fishing rod. Or, okay, I lied. I don't even know what I learned. I learned something, bro. So we are far enough up into the woods that most of those TV shows did not run. If you are in the presence of a TV and in one of those channel runs, you won't be able to listen to it. But I can kind of flick through all those channels and see most of, if not everything. Alright, I'm going to try to see if I can get pancakes made, but I don't think I have a bowl. Because the pancake mix you can't eat unless you mix it. Pancake. I need a bowl. How unfortunate. Like my only food too, man. Can't substitute a pot. I had a pot on the last run. I mean, I can look at the bowl recipe. Sometimes you can use alternatives, but I think it's just a bowl for the pancakes. Pancake, this. Yeah, it's just the 2 types of bowl. Either your crafted one or one that you can just find. So basically, unless I have a bowl in here somewhere, I can't do it. No. Alright, well, there are calories in pop. So I can just, you know, do another amazing American diet of eating, you know, Coca-Cola as my only source of food. Awesome. That's calories. More Coca-Cola. Then I had the beer. That actually I can't get the beer from this. I think it's in here. There's like a wine package. Yeah, I have 1 beer can and 1. Oh, that's empty? Shit. Well, you can drink the beer, bro. We'll drink the beer and we'll have like this empty one that I poured in. Yeah, we're going diabetes mode today. So this is our food. We're building our battle station right now. I didn't put that down. There's like some food in here somewhere. Okay, this is technically food. That's food. Is this cheese rotten? It is. Marmalade food. Alright, I mean, we're gonna live. Fresh chicken foot. Hell yeah. New run. We're just trying out Extinction today. I've not played it. Alright, so this is our life. And now we're about to do a gamer play. AKA sit in front of the TV and do push-ups. but I'm gonna put barricades up. So nobody can touch me. If they do try to touch me, look at this. If it's like this, they're gonna bang on the... Oh, crap. Stupid fence. Alright, we're gonna have to put it down here. Okay, why are you walking so far to do this? There you go. This is fine. This is actually better this way. I like it this way more. Okay, you don't stop, bro. Just put it down this way. There we go. So now I can hit stuff at a diagonal. I can't hit them if they're over there, unfortunately, but... Alright, and we're gonna turn on... Well, hold on. Let me put all my food up. Are there even lights in here? I guess I don't need lights where I'm going. Exercise. Push-ups. We're about to go gamer mode. And honestly, I'm just gonna turn this off and go to bed. And that is our first day. 43 zombies. That's basically most everything that's around here. But we have 5 kilos to play with. Here is where we get to a bit more of a grindy session of this. But we're going to get our strength going up. When you spawn in, you don't have a protein negative. But you have protein neutral. I'm just going to drink some cola. Keep myself from dying from thirst. Now, I will get to agony these first couple of days, but I do have 1 beer that I can sip on. Yeah, and these are 1x XP rates. You are asking, this is how quick you can get strength up. Nine fitness into the 1 mistake at death. I think we'll be chilling once we get our strength up a little bit. What movie am I watching? Well, we're gonna watch Our Life and Living. Thank you for asking, because it's time for the cook show. We're gonna learn about pancakes or something. When I'm planning, I'm doing strength leveling, so then I can take over the world and make $10 million. That's exercise method. Dumbbells and barbell are worse than push-ups. Yeah, push-ups are just better than the dumbbell and the barbell. It's a method effective IRL. Well, you're in luck, because if you go to my YouTube channel, I have done the exact workout to the key of, you know, exactly what they have for Project Zomboid. And I've compared the results IRL. Now, your results may vary because I, you know, have trained in the past. So, you know, muscle memory is a real thing. But, you know, it is an effective method. I will say you don't ever really train your back with any of these exercises, but it does work. I did not do, you know, 12 hours straight of push-ups, though. I did not do that. I did 5 sets of, you know, 10 to 12 or 10 to 20. Six hours of push-ups, not quite. I just did, you know, like I said, 5 sets of... Yeah, I think you're a bit psychotic if you train, you know, exactly like some of these Zomboid characters, but also, you know, a bit unrealistic, but you can do it. We're just drinking, what, diet or grape soda, bro. We're drinking that grape drink. Starving is necessary IRL for gains like this. I think you actually would want to eat a lot of food if you trained like this. If you had no calories and your goal was to just train to failure nonstop for 12 hours a day and you ate no food, your muscles would just disintegrate. Ever played with sprinters before? Yes. Yeah, your strength level actually doesn't impact the amount of push-ups you can do. It's just based on your stamina bar. So like a strength 10 character and a strength 1 or 0 character can both do 49 push-ups. The bit unrealistic, especially considering like, oh, I'm the most feeble guy ever. 49 push-ups back to back. Like I don't even think I can do 49 push-ups in real life. I can probably do like, I don't know, 35. Did the save explode? No. Bradford playing a different save? He must have died. Did you do the same funny method for squats or something for fitness earlier? I just spawned in with 9 fitness on this run. The fitness is much harder to get to a higher level. There's no fitness bonus. The squats themselves give 4 XP per squat. And that is the most you can get. Even if you have a protein negative, you get 4.2 experience for your push-ups. Whereas squats, you'll never, you know, get over 4. Alright, we're out of our cola. We're switching to orange soda. No more grape. Grape, it's over for grape. Okay, well, hold on. Not quite in agony yet. Once I hit agony, I'm gonna go outside and just fill up my water bottles. That way I can drink them automatically. I do die a lot. I mean, if you look at the amount of times I died in this stream versus, you know, all the other past like 10 streams, you know, we're infinitely higher in deaths. Go traits. Here you go, bro. All right, we have reached agony. That means no more training unless we, you know, take one little sip of beer. So this is, I'll show how to get around our agony. If I take this beer, we're going to transfer liquid, put it into the bottle, but we're going to make it so that there's only 10 milliliters of beer. Pour that on over. Now we have our 290 of whatever beer. And now I have a 0.01 liter of beer in this. I'm going to drink all, but then we're going to stop. Just got to wait for that alcohol to kick in, and it did. That's all it takes. We just take one little sip of beer, and now we're not in pain. Not only that, you can go to bed when you do that, so that really helps things out. Beer pain, we're going to start these push-ups before we hit agony, and we did. Is this patched IRL? I didn't. So I'll be honest. I did try the, you know, exercises that Zomboid told me to do, but I didn't, you know, superset drinking one tiny sip of beer in between it. That's like some Rich Piana kind of exercising. So I guess I might be LARPing when I say I did the Project Zomboid exercise to an extent, but you know, I followed it pretty faithfully, I'd say. Yeah, I guess Rich Piana probably did a little bit more than microdose, but, you know, he also did die because of, like, some cocaine or something like that, but allegedly. Making fight milk IRL. Fight milk, I don't know what fight milk is. I know what zippy water is. I've drank zippy water before, but no fight milk. That sounds kind of hype. I would drink fight milk if I went to the grocery store and I saw fight milk. Hell yeah. Fight milk. Okay, I'll look up fight milk. What city did I choose? I did this run on stream. It's all Rosewood. These are my traits. I started with 0 strength, and we're currently going through the strength grind because these early levels of strength are, you know, not that hard to get through. You know what you're doing. I did get kind of lucky and I found that beer. You know, that was the only reason we're really able to do this right now. Otherwise, I'd be, you know, sitting in agony waiting for that to go away. But pretty soon we'll hit regularity. So I'm going to drink the last little bit of beer here. 1 beer left. I'm going to go to bed. Well, hold up. Plus, we're going to turn TV off. And I'm going to go to bed. Water, anything was buggy for me. Yeah, I haven't. So what I did to get around that and use 0.01 liters of beer for like this kind of method, because I still have 290, right? You take this and transfer it to a smaller bottle. So I'm in agony right now. You can, you know, drink this 0.01 liter and just do drink all, and then you press escape during that, and there's still like beer in this. But then you still get the effects of alcohol. No mixture. Now, I should probably eat my chicken foot. It's fresh for now. I don't know how long it's going to be fresh for. I'm just going to eat it. It's not going to make me unhappy. All right, I am going to go across, well, the water bottle outside. I can actually just go and pick up. Make sure that nobody kind of showed up while I was out here, you know, grinding away at strength. But I am max regularity now, so that's good. Pick up my fake door. Put a filing cabinet inside a filing cabinet that's the same size of it. Because we're just able to do, you know, black magic like that. Our water bottle, now I'm not thirsty. I don't think there's any more. You know, I can just grab all these and fill them up with water. So I can sit up there and not have to worry about it. One less moodle I gotta manage. Living the taxi driver life, even worse than that guy. I don't have like a bed to lie down in. I just sleep in a chair. No bed, no gun. Oh my goodness, I did not know I could vault over that like that. But we did. Right, put that deck down. We're locked in. Oh, wait, that is food right there. Hold on. Food. Yum. All right, food. We're going to put our orange soda up. And go back to our push-ups. Oh, it's so deadly. Yep. Not great, but, you know. Do our push-ups again. About to hit level 3. And I realistically could go out and start doing combat and all that and not have like a just completely miserable time like you saw earlier where I'm just, you know, stepping on the same Zed 4 or 5 times before they can even, you know, potentially die, sometimes more. But the problem I'm going to run into now is that, you know, after days and days of doing alcohol push-ups with, you know, miscellaneous levels of regularity, my strain on my arms is going to be pretty bad for a while. But we can sleep it off with alcohol. Give myself -3 carpentry IRL. Why not use wilderness knowledge? Because I am not playing in the wilderness in this run. And if you are in a town and you are able to loot things, you don't necessarily need to, you know, go down the whole carving path and all that. You know, I did give myself a carving bonus though, just because, you know, if I'm doing short and long blunt, I can just pick up sticks and level carving that way. But, you know, I can also just find a knife rather than crafting a stone knife and doing carving with that. Muscle strain max out at some point. Yeah, my muscle strain when I am experiencing levels of agony is essentially like if I were to open debug mode and look at my arms, the muscle strain would just be totally maxed out right now. But that is because I've been doing, you know, non-stop push-ups for a long time. Or on this TV show, tune in. That is going to be good for our boredom too, because I am just staying inside this whole time. But you know what else is good for boredom? Drinking alcohol. Very hungry. I might need to worry a bit more about my hunger here pretty soon. I do have that. Let's look at what our town looks like. So check out what this is. That might have some food. I'm not sure. But usually if the building is yellow like this, that indicates that it is some kind of like retail or like, you know, business related thing. So I probably won't get food until I go up here. And this is going to be far more populated than, you know, the out of town thing that I'm at right now. So I might want to build some, you know, fences here, fences, you know, leading into town. Gas station wouldn't be bad. Yeah, there is an out of town gas station right there. It's just I'm not too terribly familiar with the changes that they've made to Rosewood, so is the first time I have not only played Extinction, but the first time that I have played in the new Rosewood since they've changed it. But I'll try to get to like 4 strength, and then I'll move out. These last levels here are going to take quite a while to get through. I have not changed the sandbox at all. This is just Extinction as if you clicked on it and started a run. No changes whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on going to the left immediately. Like, I'll check out what that is. I mean, it's a huge building. I'm not going to pass it up. It's also just the closest building to where I am. But, you know, these are probably residential. This is probably some utility shed. Usually that's what these black boxes are. Like, this is probably that junkyard area. You know, I know they've changed Rosewood, but they haven't changed, like, you know, like this was a drive-in theater back in the day, but is very different now than what it used to be. It's the beer force to keep myself out of agony. So here, I'll wait until I'm in agony. But yeah, when I'm in agony right now, if I try to push up in too much pain to exercise, but if you're in severe pain or below, you can exercise. But if you move your beer into a smaller container like this and just take one little sip of it, then you get a pain relief. That's why I'm putting it into this bottle and drinking all of it and then canceling. I only drink a small amount. But you can see my pain's going down now, and I can continue exercising. Wouldn't recommend doing that in real life if you wanted to, you know, get stronger, but, you know, it works in the game, so that's what we're doing. Need a small overlay to my answer my most asked questions. I try to put some of that stuff in the description, but, you know, I think just, you know, being a streamer is that's just kind of part of it now. Maybe I should just look dumber when I play the game, and, you know, people would assume not to ask me questions. that could be a meta. Are we illiterate? I'm not illiterate. Now, this is not a typical skill set that I would take. Of course, you know, I would not always go as athletic. Although if you are playing a shorter run or you just don't want to grind fitness, I think athletic is a great perk to take. It's just rather expensive when comparison to going all the way from 0 if you do intend on, you know, living for years and years like I have in the past. That being said, like, if you are new to Zomboid, it is a little unintuitive seeing what I'm doing. You know, like, why is he sitting in front of a TV drinking, you know, a minuscule amount of beer out of a 2-liter bottle and, you know, doing push-ups over and over again? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I understand why there's questions surrounding it. The mod is the XP. If you check the description, there is a list of every mod that I use, and that mod in particular is in RuneExp Experience Bar. Do not have anything that adds items or gameplay features to the game. It is just UI elements like that. In the grand scheme of things, you could consider this vanilla game. Wait, we're gonna pause. Oh no, I hit severe pain. I'm gonna have to drink more alcohol. It's fine. All right, turn it off. No, turn it off. This guy. Drink all, drink a little bit, go to bed. So look at us. We don't even have a protein bonus. And if we're just throwing ourselves through all these push-ups, we get, so first day, 1,000 strength XP. Didn't really do a whole lot of grinding. This is mainly just from killing Zeds. Then 7,000, almost 8,000 experience in that day 2. 6,000, it's going to drop off a little bit because I have to, you know, do this agony minigame with the beer. But, you know, no protein bonus at all. You're able to get strength up very quickly. And the most, you know, fitness experience that you're going to get in a day, regardless of what you're doing, is 2,000 to 3,000. So it's even without a bonus, around 2 times faster. I think something like the mod showed in vanilla game, so new players know. Yeah, so I will say, so this overlay does make it very easy to understand. So nimble, there's a lot of misinformation online talking about the nimble skill or the running skill. These are skills that you get while you're doing running. So while you're running, you'll randomly get running experience. While you're in the combat stance, you'll randomly get nimble experience. There's no like requirement to being around Zeds for these skills. There's no requirement to, you know, running or, you know, spinning around or whatever. It's just a matter of doing these skills while moving. So you can't like run against a wall or nimble into a wall like you could in the past. You have to actually, you know, change the tile that you're on. And I turned off strength, but I'm going to keep doing the strength grind. We have our TV. We're going to start on. In. I'm learning about cooking again. Subscribe. Doing a bit of a different run today, you know, some Extinction gameplay. It's been requested several times, you know, what I think my approach would be to an Extinction run. So not all that different from, you know, I'm not going to be out in the woods making my own tools and stuff. You know, you don't really get forced out of the towns like you do in 16x, but, you know, there are strength grinding elements that I think are worth taking advantage of. So, like, I'm 3 days in and I'm already about to hit level 4 strength. And that is just a combination of, you know, using some alcohol and having high fitness. There is a you know, more Zomboid catered one that has those. This is just the one that I've like played with for so long. I honestly am not even a RuneScape player, but it's just I've just had it for I'm just used to how those pictures look. Oh, I am starving to death. So my days and days of eating nothing except for, you know, what I found in the trash have caught up to me. So now I'm going to treat myself to a some gum, a raspberry shortbread cookie that I found in the trash that's partially eaten, and rosemary. This is the diet of champions, guys. Eat, eat, eat. Wait, hold up. Oh shit. And eat the whole thing. Eat the rosemary, eat the gum. Awesome. What do you mean, ew? I even have some marmalade and an entire butter chunks bar that I'm going to eat later. Go off, I don't even have ice cubes IRL. What do you mean? For my diet? I can't believe he had an entire thing of rosemary to eat for himself. I had to share it with my brother today. Yeah, I do think that weak stomach should have a little bit more penalties like that for, you know, eating, you know, weird food items such as rosemary or some of the foraged berries and stuff. I don't think you should get away for free for taking weak stomach, kind of how most players do. It's a very easy trait to deal with. Alright, we're level 4. You know, just a little over 3 days in. I would challenge anyone to level up, you know, fitness from 0 to 4 in that same amount of time. It's just simply not going to happen. But that happened in the 16x run. I'm still alive in that, or, you know, of course, the very common question of Bradford's playing a different run, that must mean he died, is just not true most of the time, but we are not dead. I just have been asked time and time again to, hey bro, what do you do in Extinction? Hey bro, what would you do in Extinction? And this is what we would do in Extinction. Start at 0. I started at 9 fitness and 0 strength. But I am going to put a pause on the strength grind here and make an effort to, as I do more push-ups, but we're going to make an effort to have no muscle strain so I can go out to the left and check out stuff so I can keep myself from starving. Hey bro, what would you do in a 16x run? Bro, I think playing with 16 times the zombies is actually impossible. I don't even think you can play with 16 times the zombies. Get to 9-10 strength. I mean, I won't, you know, this isn't a run that I'm planning on playing long term. It's so just like a run that I want to showcase like how to get off the ground. So we are going to chill out here, watch our last exposure survival. And honestly, is there anything I can do? I mean, I can grind some nimble a little bit here. Which, you know, fun fact, we did learn yesterday that, look at this. Nimble, you can do in fast forward now. You used to not be able to do this. Unironically optimal gameplay. How much harder is Extinction than Apocalypse? I mean, you do have to deal with sprinters. Of course, you know, my approach to Apocalypse also isn't really all that different from, you know, what I'm doing right now, where I think you should probably grind out strength just because it's an easier thing to do. I did Apocalypse. I did the glass making, you know, 10 challenge in that one. But you can, you know, I think Apocalypse is pretty easy to deal with because you can just walk away from things even if you are, you know, 0 fitness, 0 strength. Whereas, you know, just whenever you deal with any amount of sprinters, you have to be prepared for them essentially always. Yeah, Extinction is respawn. Just the what used to be Apocalypse level of respawn, but now isn't there's no respawn on Apocalypse anymore. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that, but you know, if you do want to, you know, play the game, nothing stopping you from just spawning in at level 10 and all skills too, if you don't want to grind them. I'm just showing how you do it. What's up, David? I don't even know what I learned by watching that. Was that the box trap? Maybe. Box trap. Or maybe some trap. Nope. I've seen some type of runner kind of mod rather than sprinter. It does exist, but I don't have any experience using it. Oh yeah. So I do have to worry about the helicopter in Extinction, but when the helicopter is set to sometimes, it just happens anyway those 6 to 9 days. And then from then on, it's every 2 weeks. I don't have to worry about it for too long, and I'm already kind of at a level where, you know, I could probably be a bit worried about it. I'm going to want to build some more fences, and, you know, this being a giant wide open area that there will be no tree growth is actually quite beneficial for the helicopter whenever that does happen. But I'll be honest, I've never played with sprinters and dealt with the helicopter at the same time, so that'll be a new thing for me to challenge myself with. And actually, funny enough, I already don't have any more strain. So, kind of done with the beer life. Might go and see about getting some logs outside. How bad could it be? Talked about 16x sprinters, 16x extinction several times this stream. I mean, typically whenever it's witness me playing a setting, it's like, how can he make it more agonizing and more hard? But if I play with 16x extinction, I will have to deal with 6% sprinters, aka Apocalypse level of sprinters. Are you breaking my frickin' table, sir? Jerk. Yeah, but if I'm playing 16x, I probably will just play with gamblers. There goes my hero mod. I'm not a huge mod guy. 6 sprinters full sprinting around fences to migrate. They have not. So like what he's talking about is if there's a sprinter here, and basically a zombie will have like a circle around it, you know, radius around it that it tries to pathfind. So if a sprinter's here and it decides to go here, he'll just go directly to that. But if a sprinter's here and, you know, that within that circle it selects to go around the fence, then he's going to just like go around the entire thing. That's like not just a sprinter's thing, but it is like far more noticeable when they do it. And look at that juicy 2-shot kill that I can get when they're on the floor. No longer a 1 strength beta boy. I'm now a you know, just a whatever the looks max like middle ground person is. I forget. I don't know. I don't really know all that slang. I think they have a mod for people that don't like playing with mods. That's me, bro. Oh, okay. It's just like a meme mod. Fall over, damn it. Wait, I see a mod. What mods are you using, bro? I've got some mods on. It's mostly just UI element slash you know, statistics. I do have 7 mods total running right now. I challenge you to find all of them. It's a Where's Waldo. Yeah, I'm actually playing the realistic nude mod, so if I take all my clothes off, you'll see a donger. That's an essential mod for realism. I need that mod, guys. Computer delete other mods. Yeah, I've played with plenty of mods in the past, but if I'm gonna play single player, I'll probably only play with like 1 or 2 major ones that like you know, tweak games such as Cryogenic Winter and such like that, but nothing too crazy. Trying to find a log on the ground, but I guess I kind of have to venture far out into the woods to get that, don't I? Cheater mods. Yeah, nothing against them. It's not for me. I mean, here I am abusing gameplay exploits to swing faster, so I'm not without sin. Yeah, I would not play without proximity inventory. It is, well, it's not as big of an issue in, you know, saves like this. But if I were to play, you know, my 16x run and search through, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 corpses at a time to find the one guy that has a weapon stuck in him, that is not fun gameplay for me. All right, there are certainly some sprinters up here, right? Like, and I'm also realizing it's 10 o'clock at night, so we're gonna hang out back at home real quick before, you know, something really bad happens. I'll rummage around in the trash for the 100th time. Hello from Russia, what's up, bro? Yeah, you want to be careful with like when you're pressing E, because, you know, if you are I mean, actually, I don't even know what you mean by that, but certain weapons, if you know, are aiming and you press E, it'll cause issues, or if you're next to a door and you press E, it'll cause issues. You are using an unintended gameplay feature if you are pressing E after the swings. And I'll be honest, I do not know why it's taking them so long to fix that, but there are a number of things that I don't know why they haven't fixed. starving to death. We have really got to go to that, what's it, building to the right pretty soon here. And I'm a bit afraid of these pitch black nights. I don't know how absolutely horrible it's going to be, but maybe it's intended. I wouldn't mind, you know. I do like other games that have, you know, lag canceling elements like Super Smash Bros. Melee. I think it, like, you know, adds skills to the game to just randomly press E at all times. You know, I think there could be some timing element, you know, added, but is what it is. We'll do some push-ups. We'll do some. Guy mains Ganondorf. Yeah. I main the racist character. Forgot to turn the TV off. Bro, he did one set of push-ups, pain. What is this? Alright, well, I've got to go out tomorrow, or today. And holy moly, is it dark. Alright, this is what the pitch black gameplay is. So I guess I sit around and wait. Only use the fast swing on trees. I just fast forward the game when I'm swinging trees. You swing and then press, you know, your function keys. Since you're not in combat, you'll automatically swing super fast, so you can cut down the tree really quickly that way. Not to mention, if you aim and look at a tree and press E, you will automatically start cutting it down, you know, as if you right-clicked and did cut down. Which, you know, you don't get maintenance when you do that. Just go run outside. Sounds kind of risky, though. Let me get the rags over here. And also if you don't want the wood from a tree, you can cut it down as if it's a bush. Is definitely not an intended feature, but if you are, you know, trying to cut down a path to like drive through or something like that, or just walk through, it's a lot quicker if you, but that only works on like the new trees. The old trees you can't cut down that way. That will probably be fixed at some point, hopefully, but I mean, you know, who knows. Where is a log? I need one log. Well, so we don't need a fence to fight these guys. There's a log down here. Hold on. Oh, hello. Immediately sprinter. Awesome. Oh, there's even another log right here. Focus right now. Stop myself from starving, bro. The run has just started. What's the difference of Extinction mode? We went over that at the early part of the stream. If you want to scroll back, you can do so on YouTube. However, if you want the quick rundown, you want to hear me talk to you, there are 6% sprinters, there is a respawn, there is sometimes helicopter, there is enhanced muscle strain, there is less loot. There are other settings beyond that, but that is what I can remember off the top of my head. But the main one is there are sprinters, so you're going to see a lot more of me building fences in this run. AKA, you know, getting scared when I walk through a tree and there's just somebody in the tree with me. Fence combat. Before I got cut off. Very cool. Alright, double fence. We like double fence. Double fence twice as better as single fence. Of course, of course. Their technique behind shove? No. I've had a lot of luck sneaking behind zombies and knocking them down. Yeah, there is some, you know, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like they fall down easier when they get pushed from behind. Now, like, pulling that off, you're not, like, going to consistently do that. The only, like, I guess, hidden gameplay element is that if you're higher strength, you have a higher chance to push Zeds down, but that just kind of makes sense more than anything. What do we got? Ooh, okay, so we've you know, answered the question. Hey bro, what to do for weapons in Extinction? You know, you just find a car that has the weapons in it. There's no reason to level up carving when you can just find a crowbar and find a, you know, full durability, all these things. Yeah, oh, this is you know, I guess, you know, comes down to luck a little bit, but I'm not going to feed myself with this stuff, which is a problem, but this is a very nice thing to find early game. I'm going to drop a lot of this stuff, so, because I don't need quite all of this stuff, but the saw is helpful. The saw does make doing early game carving a lot easier. You can saw up logs, and each log gives you 3 planks, and each plank gives you 12 small handles that you can do with carving. Unfortunately, though, I have not found a, what's it? A knife yet to do the carving with, but once I do, then that's pretty easy. Cars ignore loot settings, I believe so. I could be wrong, but I think this is like qualified as a survivor vehicle. You know, if you look in the sandbox settings, there are like there's a subset of settings in the vehicles for, you know, vehicles that were cared for after the apocalypse started. And I am pretty sure that this qualifies as that. Looks like the taillights are on, though. I don't know if that is intended. Got a fanny pack with gum. This is technically food. I will take food. I think that was already locked. I already should have known that, but, you know, memory of a goldfish. Market. Bro, this is the, like, my house is just down the street. But I don't have a pencil yet to mark stuff on my map. How do you melee them on the ground without needing to place your cursor on the zombie? What do you mean? It's meleeing stuff on the floor is the same as hitting stuff when they're standing up. Just whichever direction you're facing. Alright, there's certainly some food in something called a diner, right? I'm not crazy. Why not wear the leather gloves? I mean, I could put them on. And hurt. Mr. Bling. You know, I'll take a gold metallic watch. Get rid of the stinky yellow one. By the way, the worst digital watch you can have, in my opinion, but the yellow one sucks. Then the black one is better, and then the gold one is better than that one. I mean, if you're a Giga Chad, you can just wear the non-digital gold watch. That's awesome. That's a flex. Wait, did I have sneakers on? I didn't change to the shoes, did I? Yeah, we're trying Extinction out. This is the first time that I have played it. Oh, I just had to feed myself, guys. We have just started the run. Your questions are, what is the goal at the start of the run? It's, you know, I gotta, you know, I'm living in a, right in where I spawned, and I am starving. So I need to stop starving and kill zombies, essentially. All over, damn it. Alright, they're able to feed some food in here for sure. Oh, there we have our variant zombie. Now, I suppose I don't need the strength skills popping up no more. I would really like to get in here to get some food, but I might have to settle for some trash food. I'm gonna go dumpster diving. Number of Zeds out here. That is it for our ratchet wrench. We have a backup wrench. So what do we got to do to get in the kitchen? You just hop in, but that one is right there. Oh boy, here it is. Time to be fat. Now, I'm still going to be losing weight, but just chow down on some ice cream. I mean, I'll just leave this in the freezer for now. Keep it cold. Oh, you got me. AKA why you don't just walk into buildings. Although she's going to be awesome and not follow me outside, isn't she? Well, I'm not starving now. Chadford and not Chudford? Unheard of. Well, if I wanted some clothes, got that, but I think most of the food is going to be in the kitchen, isn't it? Behind the bar, perhaps. It looks like we got some ice cream. Alright, so there's plenty of stuff for weight gain. I might just chug another ice cream down. Get that arrow going up. Nice, nice. Most, if not all, of that food, if I take it, is gonna go bad. We'll grab the stuff that doesn't require a fridge. This is some kind of like country club-esque thing, or I don't know exactly. What we could do here is grab this mini fridge. This mini fridge doesn't weigh a ton. Okay, well, after I take the ice cream sandwich out of it, that is. Weighs 10. If we tuck that under our arm, it weighs 11.4. So we can just barely get to not overweight if we put everything in our bag. We can take this mini fridge back to our hidey hole. We unequip this. Our gamer station has been upgraded, guys. And I have one ice cream sandwich. So we just got a ton more food. Of course, most of it is alcohol, but alcohol does have calories in it. And I'm not going to lug this saw around with me, but later on I can use this to get my carving up. It's good, Mooney. Change of pace today. Doing some Extinction, but it's been requested several times. Try the mode out. or, you know, my thoughts on, you know, what you should do to get a run started here. Oh, and there is a problem. So I'm just going to run away from the Shambler because it'll take him more time to get to me. Yeah, so long as there's just one of them, we can just push them down. It's no biggie. What city is this? This is Rosewood. I'm at the drive-in movie theater. We're going to do a bit of homeless person activities. You have Poncho the dog, snow globes, and a bar of soap. Rotten grapefruit, some olives maybe? I don't know. It's typically better just to chuck all the trash out on the floor and then look at it that way so you can actually tell what it is. Calamari. Wow. Never seen before. We'll take Poncho though. And that is not snow globes, it's a steam bun. Alright. Awesome. Where we're going, we don't need soap. We're not going to bathe. Got a lighter. There have been a number of keys I've gotten this run so far. I'll take the duct tape now. I'm actually quite strong, so I can kind of, you know, start putting stuff into my inventory. And apparently I'm never going to get in that trunk. Car's open. What do we have? We have another taxi key. I am just loaded with car keys. That is seemingly what this spawn is all about. What's the move against two sprinters with no fence? You just run to where a fence is. There's not really any... I mean, like, you can, you know, for example, have, like, short blade and space them out, but more often than not, if you're going to fight more than one sprinter at a time, either you get them to fall over on the first push, or you just don't handle them and die. But yeah, that's why I have, you know, fences to fall back to. It's also why, like, typically I have, like, a bunch of windows that I remove the glass on, so I can just, you know, very quickly press E and vault through them. Because if you have a window, you don't have to right-click, jump through, or whatever. You can just stand next to it and double press E, and your character will vault. Espresso machine. I've never died getting an espresso machine. Produce box. Oh, we are lucking out here, guys. Look at this. I have 2 whole potatoes. Saucepan, frying pan. All right, we're loaded on food, actually. Seems. You can still unlock 2 sprinters if your melee speed is fast enough. Yeah, you can. It's just usually the approach to multiple sprinters is using a fence. That is the most safe option. When they're on the floor, they can't sprint. Fun fact. Crazy to think about. More potatoes. I'm gonna cook all these potatoes before I leave. I'm really hoping to find a kitchen knife, but I've not seen one. rotten chicken. Awesome. All right, potatoes going in the stove. Turn it on. Get a mod for sprinters to run, jump, closed, open windows and fences. Yeah, I've seen the vaulting sprinters mod, but I mean, it seems like a lot of like, if I have like any strategy to deal with like some like challenging aspect of the game, it's like, okay, well, what if you didn't do that? It's like, all right. Oh, this place is just huge for food, it seems. Okay, yeah, I don't really need to stockpile all this food, it seems. Oh, and there is a knife. You can also get started on fishing if I really wanted. Empty bottle. That is the bowl. I can make the pancakes now back at the trailer I spawned in at. Another bowl. I only needed one. Forget you while you fight another. Well, so like with the new trees though, you can't really lose the sprinters the same way you could on the old map. The trees are like a lot more spaced out now, and also you can't run through the large trees anymore. They're like solid objects. So like even if I click walk to, like next to it, but if I click walk to like in the tree, I just physically can't go to it because it's a solid block. Where am I on the map? I'm in Rosewood on the drive-in movie theater. But yeah, multiple sprinters, you pretty much have to use a fence, or, you know, if you're far enough away, you can shoot them, I guess. But then if your, you know, method of dealing with sprinters is shooting them, you're opening yourself up for some risk there. Another taxi key. I think I have the key to this thing already. Bunch of trash here. And we're gonna go garbage diving again. Ants, rotten thing that is not a snow globe, it's a meat thing. Meat bun. Thought I had the key to this place. Okay, let me use my ladders real quick. Okay, we actually, just in this screenshot alone, we have two non-functioning things. We have the metal drum, which at one point, you know, was a awesome rain collector, no longer anything, and then the ladders, which don't do anything. Back to back. Featureless features. I don't know why I would even want to go into the bathrooms. There's not anything good in there. Okay, Rosewood has a lot of new stuff. I think the entire town has been reworked. Of course, you know, maybe there's like some niche like house on the outskirts that wasn't changed, but this is all entirely new. We have our fridge, freezer. Put some of this stuff up. Ice cream, packaged peas, popsicle. The rest of this I'm going to chuck in the fridge. And our milk carton that never goes bad. Or water bottle, quotation mark. Our coach he will teach us the ways of doing push-ups. Drive-in was already there. It was. I mean, most everything in Rosewood was already there. The fire station was already there, but the fire station was changed. They tuned the muscle strain. I mean, the muscle strain was dropped in 42.1 like way over a year ago, and then it was dropped again in one of the multiplayer updates. So whenever they changed Apocalypse mode to have no respawns, they made the Apocalypse mode have like 0.7 or whatever default muscle strain. However, in Extinction, it's set back to 1.0, but it's, you know, still decreased from whatever it was on launch. But yeah, most if not everything about Rosewood is brand new. Same with most of the towns, honestly, but like Muldra already had some POIs, like the police station changed on Build 42 when it launched, but why am I looking in this? The rest of the town, however, was not. So like the gated fenced-in community at Muldra was not new, and now it is very different. I need to find an axe or some way to get wood from these trees. If I want to get carving up, I need to cut the trees down. That down so it fills up. I'm gonna be a bit of a memer and go and make pancakes for no real reason. I've got plenty of food, but we're gonna make pancakes. And I put the pancake mix somewhere. I thought I put it in here, maybe. Not here. If I were pancake mix, I would put myself right here. There we go. Make pancakes. Make even more of them. Just keep making the pancakes until we're a master pancake chef. Bradford, he can't eat that many pancakes. Chud the Malder can't do this. Yeah, most if not all of the you know, quote, copy pasted buildings have been changed to be a lot more specialized. They're all individual. Four things of pancakes. We're eating big tonight. I could also stand to wash myself off. Awesome. So is this like fully enclosed? This back corner blocked in? This is actually a pretty solid base location if you are a builder. It's kind of like that Fallout 4, you know, drive-in location, just an empty slate. You don't got to worry about trees growing in your area or anything like that. You know what? I'm tired of you being on my level. Get him out of here. All right. Put it all over there. You know, did I look in the trash in here? Nothing cool. Now we've got crafting, we've got all of our non-perishable food. We can go back to doing some grinding. Sun is going down. You have to kind of worry about the helicopter showing up here pretty soon. I would like to get axes and all that going, but without wilderness knowledge, I'm not sure. Yeah, I can just do this, and I can use the rags too. But I'm gonna need to forage for the flakes, and cutting these trees down with the simple crude axe is usually pretty bad. Any door openers yet? I have not. But, you know, if you are worried about door openers, you can also just put your, you know, furniture and stuff blocking the way then. So, like, they would have to smash their way through these file cabinets. And honestly, if they do smash their way through the file cabinet, I do have just an open window right there that they get in through. So I got a little bit more to worry about if they do that. But it's more of a matter of just not letting somebody follow me on the way back. What am I learning about foraging? Amazing. Now I'm going to try to go to that gas station next. I've already got a solid amount of weapons, mainly from that car that I found a bunch of stuff in, but some of the zombies open doors in Extinction. They do. 5K subs for bigger face cam? Bro, what do you mean bigger? My face cam is already big. Always 14 days. It's not always 14 days. So the first helicopter happens 6 to 9 days, and after that it's like on average 2 weeks, sometimes 12 days, sometimes 16. You can't exactly, you know, very predictably know when it's going to show up unless you have the emergency broadcast frequency. If you do, then you want to start listening to it at 7 a.m. You want to tune in and make sure you don't get a surprise early helicopter at 9 in the morning that lasts for 12 hours. Perfectly average face cam. I'd say it's even above average, bro. First Super Zed, Sprinter, Eagle Eye, Insane Memory, Pinpoint. I've already seen a handful of Sprinters, you know, but I'd have to be some, you know, dream level luck to kill 89 and not see, you know, 6% of those guys be Sprinters. But, you know, typically if you have, you know, percentage Sprinters, they're going to run at you long before, you know, any of the Shamblers. So you got to deal with them first. You can lock your doors too. You can. Oh, you don't need a microscope to see my face cam. It's large enough. Ooh, you know, I'm just realizing now that I can add candy bar and butter to my pancakes. Look at this. Then I can eat them with my bare hands. Probably going to be a bit of strain tomorrow from this, but I am max regularity, but well, I guess we'll deal with it when we deal with it. Now, I don't necessarily need the cooking experience, whereas cooking, I'm already level 2. That levels up pretty quickly if you're just playing the game. But the main one that you do want to not miss is, especially if you don't have a bonus to carpentry, you can get to level 3 by watching woodcraft. But it's not crucial. Right, am I just like cooked with like doing exercise? I feel like this strain is hitting me a lot earlier. Well, we'll go out with the strain. Maybe I'll stomp on them if I need to. Max regularity, by the way. Judging by the comment, he's early. No, my face, bro. Why does everyone keep saying my face cam is small? It's big. Bro, it's not even smaller than the. It's like honestly too big. Some people say it's too big. Bro, I'm in agony and I did like 4 hours of exercise. Did I do like the wrong exercise or something? No. All right. Maybe it's that bad. Did they make like exercise strain worse or something? I don't know. It'd be cold in my room, maybe. I mean, like, I think maybe these people are just size queens. They're just used to bigger face cams, you know? Not my problem. Oh, that is awesome. I didn't have my, well. This is why cars are stinky. Left forearm. I can't even blame Virgil for doing what he just did because this isn't Virgil. Well, now if I wasn't already going to do no damage, I'm 100% doing no damage. And is this lacerated? I don't actually... That's just a scratch. That's not awful. Yeah, I would have reacted in time if I didn't just immediately fast forward, but you know, I'm just a genius that does that, so... We could do like stomp combat. I'm already going to be in agony, so it's affecting my leg damage regardless. Realistically, today would be a great day for carving. But you know what? Why not, bro? We can look for some stones. Or tiny agony sized well, how about we look at the clay? Nice. That is just glasses. That is a rock. Okay, that is flake. No, it's not a wilderness run, but you know, even if we are just playing Extinction where we can loot houses and stuff, we can still use some of those elements. Okay, I'm not going to pick up that. That is a ginormous boulder. Yeah, not you used to be able to duplicate them, but they have at least fixed that. All right, well, we can get a handful of tools here. Don't know if I'll be able to cut a tree down. All right, B, we are going to make a hammer with 2 M's. Axe. Then make flakes. I If I can make another axe, that's cool, but I only got one true branch. Why not a hammer? Hey, man. I didn't claim to be the best keyboard typing hammer person ever. Oh, you know what? There's no reason for me to do this because you get this. A log here. A log here. A log here. Easy. How do I want to set this up? I mean, I could do like... I might actually just build some defenses on the inside here. Like a kill box. That's a good idea. Because that helicopter is going to show up. And I don't know how bad it's going to be. I think we're chilling. I'm not too worried about the helicopter. Oh yeah, bro. You'll see just how chilling you are when you experience 12-hour helicopter that doesn't go away. In 1 million oids show up. We'll see. We'll see. Oh wait, we'll do the rip close from here. What is this, RimWorld? Well, yeah, more or less. I'm gonna have a kill box inside of my house that I sleep in and make it nice and stinky in there. Yeah, we'll play some RimWorlding. Unfortunately, I'm gonna use my axe to cut my way into this. That's mainly just so I can, you know, get some water here. Easier. RimWorld mentioned, hell yeah. We're gonna have a RimWorld-esque setup here. This is our, you know, oh shit, there are 1 million oids in here. I can, you know, just beat them to death place. Except, you know, they could also potentially come through the door, and that is probably gonna happen, but we'll deal with that when it happens. And how much of my axe durability did I use? Just pretty much all of it. Okay, they're more than likely not going to come from down south. I'm going to work towards just getting this all set up over here. This is our spot. pick up dung. That's what I want. And I want this giant build menu thing on my screen too. Just look around for these stones while I'm out here too. That would be nice, right? Some foraging experience. That down. We're gonna drop all that. I don't need them right now. I'm gonna drop the axe too. I'll get that later. What do we got? Cockroach. Not terribly useful. I feel like it's taking a while for these things to pop up. But maybe I'm just used to my max foraging character. Well, it's, I just meant like the, not the, I guess, frequency of things, finding things, but just how long it takes for the, actually the icon to actually pop, you know, like that I'm like, oh, I found something. I wonder what it is. Like, let me sit here. Like, I know it's a broken branch, but now I can tell it is. I don't think that the abundance influences that, but like, I know it's a flake. Now I know it's a flake. A mod to use to see XP level in the top left. All the mods I use are in the description of the video, and that one in particular is RuneScape Experience Bar. How to make auto fast queen. You can check the description for the answer to your question. It's a long list of things to do. You know, I can probably make axes and cut some of these trees down. We're in the description. We need a live tutorial. I need the dirty rags. Well, actually, I think you can't make... I remember Billion Milk was complaining about the axes taking clean rags only. Yeah, you have to clean them. Very cool. Rest in peace, that guy. He made one too many stone scythes. You're kicking him when he's down. Stop doing that. One hour long, commonly asked questions. Maybe one day. Pants, tank top. Awesome. Digital watch. You know, I don't actually need to take apart 1,000 watches, guys, because I can read. And I already found the generator magazine, like, in the second day ever. Rip them up. Got a bunch of bandages. Awesome. 200% sprinter stream volume would be helpful, but after my 16x run, I'm just playing a different run today. Next challenge is the Skyblock Zomboid. I'll probably go back to my 16x run. Yeah, I did not die. Very common thing to see me playing any run that is different at all and assume I died, but that is not the case today. I'm trying out Extinction because I've been asked time and time again to try it out, and you know what I would do if I were playing an Extinction run, and now we are witnessing that live. Getting all of these clothes so I can rip them up, get a bunch of rags, and I can use those rags to make weapons, make log walls, make all sorts of things. There's even these rags right here that I forgot about like super early on. Alright, we're gonna rip up all of the clothes again. A lot of tank tops. Alright, cool. Wash all bandages. This should be more than I will need for the foreseeable future. It is a lot. You can stack these up too. You can do stack item and they take up less space if you do that. I don't want to quite do this yet. I'm gonna try to get what's it, some wood to do carving here at night. I do have the lights that I can turn on, and that privilege is gonna go away here pretty soon. Axe, I need tree branches, I think. No, how many tree branches do I have? I have 2. Alright. I'm gonna take the clean rags that I brought up here, that are here. Put them on the floor. Axe, do that. Make it. Awesome. I have 3 axes now. Alright, and I'll put the, what is it, maintenance on, so we get the question, why do I cut down the trees like this? You get maintenance experience. My axes that suck might suck less. One day. They suck pretty bad right now, and I'm not lumberjack. Another, I guess, not so hidden reason lumberjack is good. You can cut trees down faster, and over the course of a long run, you will cut down a lot of trees. Yes, Virgil, that is what I wanted to do. Bro, that wasn't Virgil's fault. That was Chud Malder's fault. Alright, actually. Bro, I can blame Virgil if I want. No, I'm actually gonna need to do a whetstone because my knife will get bad eventually. Alright, that's kind of annoying. Do whetstone, WET. Awesome. Then we have our this. Put this all down. Put our crafting thing in there, put that all down. Extinction Louisville, we are in Rosewood. Falling off LV and 16X, we are in Rosewood playing Extinction. Why would somebody wall off Louisville and 16 times the zombies? Why would they do that? What did it, I have a knife for it. Okay, nice. Let's go ahead and sharpen our knife. Awesome. We're learning about trapping. We're actually learning the trap. Didn't I do that? Why would somebody wall off Louisville on 16 times that woods? I've done the impossible. I've learned the box trap. I've never done that. Why oh why would he wall off Louisville? I simply don't get it. His goals just don't make sense to me. Can I call you old man? Yeah, you can call me old man. You can call me fat, bald, old man. You really want to? Or, you know, whatever. I don't think calling me anything really bothers me. Now, if you tell me that the pig pen needs to be bigger because they're getting stressed out, ooh, I might get kind of mad. Hi, bro. Have you thought about making the pig pen bigger because they're stressed because it's so small? Hi, bro. I think the pigs are stressed because the pen is too small. Am I outside? Did I like teleport through now? Where this guy? All right. Reason we're getting all these sheets is because I think I saw rope at some point, but you can also get rope this way. You can tie the sheets into sheet rope. This is worse than regular rope, but, you know, I would like to have some type of log tying. Okay, oh wait, no, it's not worse anymore. It's this exact same. That's interesting. That's so unnerfed sheet rope. No, I just like phase through it. So build 42 has kind of introduced some weirdness for like some walls you can kind of press yourself into. I don't know what exactly it is, but I've never went through a wall fully. Alright, does this road just go to nothing? Is that what that is? Yeah, I think it doesn't do anything. Alright, not a crazy item for me, because I probably won't end up doing any blacksmithing, but you can get little bits of metal like that. They are helpful. Give me a flint flake. I'm hearing somebody on the other side of the wall. It's good. We want axe material. Not that. We have visitors on the outside. The large branch, I think I already found that. Is the millipede or something? It's a leech. Do you think is the best way to set up entrances to my base? I mean, right now, I don't have access to doors. I don't have access to locking my doors. I've just placed, you know, furniture down. And regardless of Zed's ability to open and close, you know, doors, if you do furniture, you know, they won't be able to get through. They're going to have to break through it. So it can be pretty useful to set up something like that. So especially if you're in like a wilderness run, for example, you have door frames that you made out of logs. It'll be a long time before you are able to make a door, because that takes nails, takes hinges, takes a doorknob. But if you make just a stool out of rags and tree branches, you can place this down and the Zeds can't get through it. And that is a very, you know, low cost alternative. Getting, you know, 4 tree branches and some rags, super easy. You can also kind of do what I did and set your stuff up so that it is at a diagonal, and you can hit between things of furniture. You'll still like hit your furniture occasionally. It's a little weird, but if you're just trying to block Zeds from going somewhere, you just put one thing of it down. Works out. You know, in a similar vein to things like up here, I've put 2 things of furniture down and I have a fence in between them and it kind of corrals them to go over the fence if you are like super early game. You don't have a lot of resources to build, you know, mass fences more or less like I'm doing right now. That can be an option. Kind of lowers the cost for setting up fence fighting. But right now I am prepping for the possible helicopter. You know, that could happen. I would like to be prepared for what is to come. 5 zombies breaking into my house. It might be worth investing in some barricades. That is the case. If you are, you know, you have nails, you got saw to cut stuff up, and get some of that set up. flake. We are going to do flint flake, make some more axes, but I don't have tree branches because did I carve them all up? They're just over here. The helicopter could come today. Good. So that is more carving stuff there, but I am after the logs right now. And I suppose I can look for stones on the highway down here. That is a pretty good spot for them. If you didn't know, the roads have, or you know, just all the zones have different modifiers to what you can find, and stones are abundant here. Walking into a motel. Don't really want to do that right now. Plus, the motel doesn't really have crazy loot in it. It just has like bed sheets and stuff. Typically. Oh, what was that? This is actually a very rare item. Bone fishing hook. Yeah, why can't I find that when I was doing my wilderness walkthrough? Checkers, maybe escaped convicts. Don't pick them up. What am I building at the entrance of the base? I am building a fence fighting kind of defense structure. If you build a box, or really just a line of fences at all, makes it easier to deal with sprinters or really any mass amounts of Zeds coming in. But sprinters especially, you want to have fences kind of set up to deal with them. So I want to have just enough fences around my area that I'm trying to claim to keep them from getting me. You want to have a, you know, safe-ish base location. I mean, a safe, in quotes there, but, you know, start of the run. And exactly just claim parts of the map as easy as you can when you're, you know, some chatted out guy that one-shot stuff. More or less like what it's like in my, you know, 16x run right now, or we're kind of happening upon that kind of gameplay. But right now I am only level 2 in my combat skills and I'm 4 strength, so I am a ways away from being able to deal with mass amounts of Zeds. I do that very often, that little hop. Non-intentional. Okay, it's a bunch of axes. Gonna put all these on the floor. Keep the dirty rags with me. I don't think there's huge reason for me to hold on to all these rags, but I'm gonna keep cutting them down around the back of my base just because I want this area to be a little bit more clear and visible. That is so unfortunate for me. So we have the earliest day helicopter, but sort of prepared, sort of, in quotes, but alright, let's see. Worst comes to worst, I guess I just run off into the field, but I will probably be exhausted by that point. It's over, probably. Very well could be. We're trying to fight it out. We're gonna go for the hype play. Kill him. You know, I might have been kind of over-prepared a little bit, but we will see. He's spinning in circles, bro. Maximum threat level. He's gonna reach quantum speeds. Oh god. Well, I mean, that was quite possibly the lamest heli ever. I killed one fast shambler. Alright, well, I was really expecting a lot of, you know... Awesome. Well, where's the horde? I'm asking myself, man. Like I mean, yeah, I am on like the edge of town, and the helicopter did one pass. I think it's a combination of short helicopter and me being far out here, and I killed a lot of the guys over here already. You know, and I've mentioned it time and time again, but you know, Extinction is only 2 times population, which isn't crazy. Alright, there's some residual guys coming in, so I think it's just a matter of me killing all the, like, Zeds that were close that would have reacted to the helicopter immediately, but there's still some that are gonna be, you know, slowly coming in. You know, some off-screen threats. Here they are. Lady's breaking my table. It's an unfortunate loss I'm gonna have to, you know, have. But you were asking earlier, someone was asking earlier about the fences, why I'm building them like that. Makes getting one-shot kills so much easier. How dare you hit my table? That's mine! Bro! Alright, tutorial how to get through the fence. There you go. Stupid lady. Yeah, this, I mean, outskirts of town usually don't have that high population to begin with. But the Zeds do have 200 follow distance, so there should, you know, like this guy is probably from the motel area. I think it's just a matter of, like, I killed most of the ones that have, like, pinpoint and eagle eye already, you know? Most of the ones that are still around here are just kind of, you know, slow enough to deal with. Yeah, they're coming, but, like, this still is going to be a rather low kill day compared to, you know, some of the more offensive days that I've had. Yeah, but, so Extinction is, you know, like 2.4 or 2.6, somewhere in that range, population. Not insane, but it is, you know, elevated. Cut mauled or nobody breaks my table? Absolutely not. Alright. I am recognizing the situation I'm in, that there could be a potential sprinter mixed in with some of these guys. I haven't seen one in a while. Oh, that meta event is south, maybe? Hey, bro.
Hey.
Way. Do Zeds respawn? Yes. Right, here we have some difficulty spike. Alright, it's not horrible. Yet to see a sprinter. Did any of you guys bring me a bandana? I would like a bandana, because I am sitting on a giant pile of stinky oid. I don't want to smell them. Yeah, we've put a pause on the 16x run. We're not playing it right now. Fence fighting is eternal. It'll be a long time, I think, before they, you know, choose to take fence fighting out of the game. It's just an element of Zomboid. Well, that backpack, I actually do prefer the backpack over the duffel bag as a better encumbrance reduction. The duffel bag does look cooler. I'll hang on to it in case, you know, I have a bunch of loot and I want to put it in my offhand. Yeah, we have our, you know, first signs of, no, I am not bitten, but I am standing on top of a giant pile of stink. It's making me queasy. Yeah, the wrench is, like the one, still one weight weapon, short blunt. I managed to figure out the crashes. I think the crashes yesterday were related to just the 16x plus the animals attracting Zeds. So like the Zeds were just ping ponging between oh, I'm attracted to the player. Oh, I'm attracted to the sheep. Oh, I'm attracted to the player. Oh, I'm attracted to the sheep. So I turned that animals attract zombies setting off. What do you mean 16x on pause? You can't have fun, only suffer. Yeah, I'm essentially playing what you know, the zombies that have quantified as hard mode. And I gotta build like another square. And oh wait, there's just an overwhelming stench barrier that I'm right on. No, this is not 16x. This is just a Extinction run where I spawned over here. Yeah, 500x. Yeah, this is actually a 16x sprinters run. This is actually a 50x. Okay, so we are meta event following Zeds down there. Gonna be walking for a while. I think I'm kind of chilling. Because this back corner, they just can't go to. Yeah, the drive-in theater is actually a great location. I think even if you were playing 16x sprinters, this would be like a, you know, pretty decent spawn. Just not a lot of fences to work with. You have to make your own. And I really gotta find bandana. I tried any of the horror mods. I have not. I'm not a huge mod guy, but I have done. I mean, obviously, I have some like, you know, UI element things like the RuneScape experience bar, but I have done like playthroughs with Cryogenic Winter. I think I'm just a deep down a 16x kind of guy. Yeah, I mean, even just being inside of building is never great on really any population setting. Your visibility is low. You know, there's constant corners that you can get stuck looking around. Yeah, this stink is really doing me in. Like every time I go over here to sit away from it, and then someone rolls in, they're just coming in one at a time. It's like I'm trying to get out of my neighborhood with the car, and like every time I am attempting to turn left, another one is just spaced out long enough for me to not be able to get out. I think we're good. Well, this does, so with it being 16, that means I have until probably the 18th day is when I got to start worrying about the helicopter coming. So, and by then I'll more than likely have found a radio with the frequency. So I'm going to retire for the night and turn the TV on. And do some carving. I'm going to do dice. 1 million dice. Probably the door they're hitting down there. I'm not seeing the file cabinet shake. Going for it. Holding sprint down in case he does break through. He is pathfinding to me in some way. Oh, it was the file cabinet. Or it could be the door. I don't know. No, it was the file cabinet. What a way, what a way to wake up. Well, glad that she waited to for me to wake up to do that, but now I need to find another thing to block that corner with. Reading? I'm not reading. I'm making dice again. What are you doing right now? I feel like a noob. I'm trying to make dice to level up my carving. So carving is a wonderful skill. At the end of it, you can learn how to make baseball bats. We scroll all the way down, or if I just type in bat, there are two things here that are super useful. I am whittler, so I already know the recipe, but you can auto learn these. But anyways, to level it up, the best thing to do is to make dice. You just make a bunch of dice. It is the most efficient recipe to, you know, learn how to do carving. Alright, unfortunately I lost my file cabinet, but it's just a matter of me getting more, than something else to put down there. Maybe you've kind of finished up with these meta Zeds kind of walking around this meta event, being the helicopter. Hand fork, can melt that down, but I don't have a furnace or the knowledge of blacksmithing to do that. Do you just throw the dices, or do you use them to farm something? I'm using it to level up carving. There's no direct use for the dice, no. That's what you're asking. You can put them in the fire, but they don't have a direct use, no. Somebody out there. I don't think it's a sprinter, though. Down to things. It is a slow shambler. I've not gotten lucky enough to find a kitchen knife or something stuck in his head. The most I've found is just that pocket knife. So maybe I might go out and see if there's some more loot over here to get. I'm wary of a sprinter. I've not seen one in a while. Yeah, it's not a bad spot, it seems. There's a lot of space to build and easy access from the highway too. You do want to be in and out of Rosewood. Seems like it's pretty good. Alright, well, it looks like a lot of this movement has been caused by the helicopter coming down here. Let me see if I can't pull off some of these guys if there's a sprinter, kind of scout them out a little bit. Actually, I don't think I can do that while it's paused. Anything neat? No, just a bunch of bags inside of bags. And we got napkins. Everything in the trash. We got seasoning salt. I don't really need more food though. I got plenty. Corn dog, beer can. Someone threw away an entire beer. I'm gonna run away from that. I mean, unlike the helicopter, that isn't gonna go to me. That is gonna make that area a bit tougher to deal with, though. Oh. We have our first instance of this. We're just gonna get down to our little defensible area while this pops off. Got that sprinter out of the way. That is why you want to have fences around. Did see another sprinter on the way over there, but managed to kind of dodge him a little bit. I don't have a short blunt weapon anymore, and that has been what I've been using, so I'm gonna go back and get my ratchet wrench. Which I don't remember where I put them. I think they're just like on a shelf somewhere. I did something with them, but I guess I don't know. I mean, I can use the crowbar. It's just not going to be as good standing up. The other things I had. I love alarms. Yeah, the car alarm is actually pretty rare. I mean, at least in the regular game mode, I think it doesn't happen like at all. Am I illiterate? I can read, yes. This run was done with the intent of, you know, if I were not to play, a bit more of a tutorial-esque kind of thing. But we did take, so we took Slowly Reader, we took Athletic. So if I intended on this being like a super long run, you know, I would do illiterate. If I would also do, you know, unfit, just play out in the woods and get my fitness up that way. But for quick and dirty, we're doing athletic. His strength is pretty easy to manage. I really wish I knew what I did with those ratchet wrenches, because I'm already 3 short blunt. That would be nice to have. What kind of biker gang is this guy? He is Iron Rodent. I don't think I put them in the back of this car. I don't even know if I got into this car. Yeah, I never opened it. And these guys are still coming from the alarm earlier. Strain, because I'm only level 3. Yeah, those ratchet wrenches would be very nice, but eventually I'll get carving up high enough I can make the bats. Alright, I might chill out beating these guys up. My low long blunt. Try to get the carving up so I can make the short bats. That'll solve some problems I'm having. But I probably should get another piece of furniture to put down. Block that corner. This is hopefully a solid piece. Wait, lighting tiles will be updated when stone will reload. Interesting. And I can just walk through this popcorn machine. That's not what... Bro, what am I doing? My guy is just picking up floors. Can I not... Am I doing something stupid or like, why... What? Oh my god. That is so dumb that it works like that. And I've just opened... No, stop. I pushed you through the door. Bro, what is going on in my game right now? There's so many... Bro, go through the window. No, it's like on the level that it was when it was on the table. Like, I'll put this down. And it's essentially floating. That is bizarre. Reinforced medium handles. Isn't that like quite an investment? I guess like oh, you said can reinforced, yeah, but I just don't have screws right now. I was just gonna power through the carving grind and get to... I took Whittler, so like I have the recipe for it. Won't be awful. Since I have, I not only do I have Whittler, I have a saw too, so every time I get a log, I get 12 handles. It's a lot of carving. Usually for a run, I'd rather like prioritize getting to the weapon that's better rather than like, you know, grinding it out with like the weaker one before. Especially given that like those things are all in the same skill tree of carving. But yeah, I got a saw. The only issue I'm kind of seeing right now is I only have one knife. Like I'm not seeing... I think there might be a lesser amount of impaled weapons in this game mode. I could be wrong, but it does feel that way. Like I have not seen a whole lot of carving knives. And you're gonna hit that. I mean, we are kind of getting some movement down here. Must have been from this helicopter moving them down. They went past it, and now they're kind of redistributing back for meta events slash migration. All over, damn it. Come on, man. I'm gonna push you all the way to the fence. I don't really like that roof. Wait, does this count as an interior? don't think so. Nah. Too easy. You know what I can do? I can just pick up this garbage can. Have a crowbar. It's huge though. Probably has a lot of health. Where are you back here? You're just mad at me somewhere. Take agoraphobic? I did not. I don't really typically take the panic traits, and if I do take them, I would take cowardly. And I'm not a huge fan of claustrophobic or agoraphobic. Also, I mean, I guess the question of did he take agoraphobic, and I'm standing outside and I'm not terrified. No, I didn't. Alright, there we go. I have remade my primitive door. Where are you guys coming from? Alright, we're gonna do a quick little foraging perimeter check. They are... Did they break a door down or something? What's going on? Oh, you were fake dead. Nice. Well, I mean, I can use these flakes as knives if I really want to. This is the character build. No illiterate. I took athletic. I spawned in with 0 strength. I got to 4 strength in 3 days time. Doesn't take me that long. But even with a 3 days 4 strength grind, we still got some comments of people saying I would just spawn myself in with 9 extra character points, which, you know, no fault to you. Actually, you know what? We'll throw a little bit of shade to that, but I just use Sprinter. I did. Alright, we got strain. I should really build some type of fence back here, it seems, but... I think a lot of what I'm getting right now is just from the helicopter moving them south when I was sitting there. Like the helicopter, while it was happening, definitely super easy, but, you know, the residual Zeds that got moved while it was going on, I'm still kind of having to deal with. I really didn't want to yell, but I did.
Hey.
Oh. See how much of a mistake I made.
Hey.
I kind of moved most of those guys down south, but now I just have to deal with them in like the area I'm trying to cut trees from. With no fence, by the way. And I picked up most of the logs I can get without... Well, I do have sheet rope, so I could just tie up or cut logs here, put them in my bag, and move them down. How do you toggle fast forward? You press the function keys on your keyboard. If you right click walk to, you can do 2 times speed, fast forward, and walk around very quickly. If you're new to the game though, I would recommend just, you know, taking it a bit slower, making sure you know where you're going. Crowbar life. I mean, I've got strain too, that's the main thing. Alright, I am going to retire. Go back to the dice. And we are, what, almost 6. The next number after that, still a pond near the bus terminal. I think there still is pond, there's a pond south, but like most people are probably going to use that pond by the fire station for sure. And I definitely just spilled water all over my desk. Very cool. I thought I could craft with this TV light last time. I guess not. Fortunately, without the napping proficiency, I can't make the knife. So I really am just kind of stuck to this one singular pocket knife that I've found. I guess I could turn the light on in here and, you know. Here, give me 1 second here, guys. All right, we're still back. What's up, Maine? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm live on 2 websites. Who would have thought? Stay up a little later doing the car. Oh, here's where the ratchet wrenches are. Hold on. Saved. They're just sitting on top of the TV. See them. Dice. We can get the last of these going. I need a crafting table to do that. And slightly over here. Yeah, Restless Sleeper is not great. would stay away from that. Go figure, I kill more Zeds in the day after the helicopter rather than the day during the helicopter, despite not really leaving my base. I'm going to grab the whetstone. We're going to grab broken branch, small handle. Turn our light on and sit over in the corner. Oh, wait, I got to sharpen my 1 durability pocket knife. Well, I shouldn't have, talked about the durability, shouldn't I have? A Restless Sleeper, not a great pick. I would try to stay away from it. I guess we can eat some corn for the thirst. So thirsty, I could eat corn. Do a little bit of push-ups. Sun's up. Do a little look around. Look like anyone is out there. Alright, how many stone axes does it take to cut down one of these large trees? Well, clearly enough to alert somebody to come and eat me. Oh, that's where you're coming from. Rather jumpy right now, but that's just Sprinter's life. Extinction, Louisville. I have to get over there first. I'm very far away from it, but yeah, well, we're at 1 axe so far, so I'm thinking it might be all the axes. Get some rest in between all this. In case we have a sneaky oid trying to eat me. Either way, I'm going to have a tough time killing him when I have red strain on my arms. Alright, awesome. It actually only took like 1. My 30 extinction run ended, but Sprinter in the woods, yeah, that's part of it. Like, I'm already, risking myself by just cutting this tree down. There's very little room for error when you're playing with sprinters, especially with the trees because they block your vision. How else am I going to build fences? Oh, you know what? I'm such a genius that I put the, we're not going to talk about it. So these rope I can use to tie up the logs. And then they take up less space. But I didn't do that. I just moved them by hand. This is really not a relaxing tree chopping game with the potential sprinters, but got the nimble up. That is the reason I'm doing like the little left or right. If you don't want to fast forward through the tree cutting, you can do nimble at the same time that you're doing it. Or can you not make sheet ropes from Zed clothes? You can't. You can only do it from sheets. What is extinction mode? I went over all the settings at the start of the stream. If you want to go back and look at them, they were there. If you want to look at them in game, you can choose sandbox settings and then sandbox mode, and then go and the extinction preset is there to look at everything. But essentially, it is a 2x Zed preset with 6% sprinters, lower loot, and sometimes helicopter. There are some other changes mixed in that as well. But you know, Zomboid is a game full of settings. You know, I think I'm okay. I didn't use the sheet rope when I was doing that. That's good. I'm to steal the curtains from the neighborhood. Yep, pretty much. I got some more carving resources. I don't have a knife. So one of these days, I'm gonna vault over that thing when I'm over encumbered, and not gonna have a great time. Injure myself. Where's 16x? You know, I get asked time and time again to play Extinction, and we're doing it today. Hi, bro. What would you do in Extinction? Hi, bro. When are you gonna try Extinction? So we're trying Extinction. But no, I didn't die. That run is still there. I will continue playing it. Yeah, the glass won't hurt me. It's more so just the if I'm over encumbered and I trip over, I can sprint over top of it. I'm just gonna have a very fun time. Yeah, I can't unfortunately please everyone as much as, you know, I could just do something and everyone would be happy and no one would call me bald and fat. I'd probably do that, but here we are. I hate this. Alright, I'm just not even going to attempt to close the door when I'm going through it, which is, you know, a great habit to have when you're playing with sprinters. Maybe a little small. Okay, bro. I better not have scratched myself. It didn't. Alright, we're fine. Get this tree out of here. There's like one more tree here I want to get rid of, but I probably am not as prepared with the axes to do that. I can maybe cut that tree down. Alright, I don't know if that just means this meta event is right on top of me, but that certainly sounds like it. Gonna get some of my strain out of here in case I do need to fight. Probably chilling. I need to do something for knives here, man. I do not have a surplus of that. Alright, bro, when are you going to use a car? Right now. Stack, nothing. Bag, nothing. What's up, Gunfire? Did you die in your 16x run? No, I didn't. It's not a mod. If you're interested in how to do the rapid attack, you can check out the description for a long list of things of what you need to do to execute it. Yeah, there's a lot of steps. So many steps that I got tired of, you know, explaining how to do it, so I had to write them down. So I'm in the range of the stink. Where does this character fit into the Virgil cinematic universe? This is just Virgil's dream. Virgil, you know, was out foraging one day and he happened upon 14 beers, right? In his drunken slumber, this is what he thought about. Yeah, he dreams of a world with less zombies. He dreams of a world where he can get to the ice cream before it goes rotten. Maybe one day. But today is not that day. Wait, steak knife? Letter opener, damn. I just need like any type of knife and I can start carving again. But I don't think there was any weapon in this pile. I could also look at the loot pile in the kill box. There's like 20 guys there. How'd the heli go? The heli was actually very chill. It was a rather quick one, and I think I just cleared out a lot of the area around here already. But the day after, you know, there's some movement down south below me now because the heli kind of drew them. They'll just like walk in a direction even after, you know, the meta event's gone because they're pathfinding that way. And now they're down south. But, you know, shotgun on meta events or, you know, the helicopter kind of do that sort of thing. Just another thing to consider. And no knife, only a screwdriver. Maybe in this corner? No. What about on this side of the fence? There's a pager. Well, that's like just one singular guy. I didn't really kill a whole lot over on this side. Yeah, I am either not getting very lucky with the weapon drops or it's just like a much lesser amount. I mean, given I've only killed like, you know, 200, so it's not a huge amount. Unlucky it wasn't 12 hours. Yeah, maybe one day. You can get pretty unlucky sometimes with the helicopter, but for it to be 12 hours, it has to like come super early in the morning, which again isn't great, but mine also did come on like the earliest possible day it could have came. It came on day 6. So I had a little bit of that going for me. I didn't even finish my kill box all the way, but, you know, I fought all of 1Z the entire time that it was going on. One of you guys probably sprint. None of them sprint. Superhuman Zeds and their ability to take hits. The hardest part about playing this mode, probably just the introduction of sprinters. You have to, you know, put fences down, know where they are, not move too far away from them. You gotta manage your stamina a lot more too, and, you know, make sure you're not turning your back on things. That more or less is just how you play with like any amount of sprinters. You know, if you have even just 1%, you have to kind of worry about them all the time. Wait, I can do carving with this. Hold on. And it's solid condition. I don't know if we'll get to 7, but we can probably... Well, I got all the way to level 6 with just one knife. Probably get up to a decent level. And once we get 7, we get the short bats. And that is like a very solid weapon for our level 4 short blunt guy. Alright, we're going to take all of this. We're going to take all of this, all of this. Sit in our little carving corner. I don't even know what I'm trying to research by looking at this thing. And reinforced weapon. Alright, awesome. That is actually... So you really don't need brawler for a whole lot if that's how easy you can get that for. We're gonna do what? These first. Then I can carve. I'm actually not gonna carve the rod. I'm just gonna carve dice. We try to keep this like sharpened as well. I don't know if that increases the durability it has, but I would hope it does. The carving. Why am I unable to do the dice? I can't do the dice because I don't have a surface. That's what's going on. Sit a little closer to the table here. Dice. Not with the flake, with the cleaver. Unless... Oh, I can't carve with the cleaver. Interesting. I can only carve certain things with the cleaver? I guess so. I mean, I guess the edge, like the point, isn't really the best for that. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Not great for me, though. I was hoping to, you know, get somewhere with this carving, but we will overcome. You know, I can at least get these made, but I still need to find a knife. I mean, I can use the flakes too, but they just are not very durable. Let me try the flakes. I'll do, you know, 2 of them. See if that gets me somewhere. Oh yeah, I have to once again stand by the table, which, you know, speaking of, I'm just going to move where this is. Oh yeah, I can't do that when all this is here. That's not how I placed it, but that's how it's going to be. Alright, dice. Now I can do it. I guess the flakes are, you know, they're doing okay. They don't need a knife. For some reason I thought those were just not gonna last, but I'm probably just thinking of my 0 maintenance character that took forever to get through them. Alright, we are into our mid-game weapon on day 8. Not bad. So we can sit down here and do bat. Look at them. 8 short blunt weapons that are solid for me. I can research this, also learn rail spike weapon as well as the bat recipe, but I already knew the bat recipe. So I don't know if these are better or worse than the ratchet. They're probably very similar. But either way, like I kind of don't need the crowbar anymore. The crowbar is just going to be worse for me. Especially because I'm, you know, Level 4 short blunt. Might retire the crowbar here. Have less stuff I'm carrying around. I am gonna have to start worrying about my weight though, is the thing. I feel like I'm exercising quicker too. I don't know if there's like some extinction setting that increases my rate of exhaustion from that, as well as increases my strain I'm getting, because I'm max regularity on the push-ups and I'm really not exercising for that long. Somebody has seen me. And they don't like me. You're right there. I should probably build that fence out a little bit, but... what I could do... I could extend the... garbage can. I have to get my crowbar back to do this, but... Oh, yeah. What is that noise? Well, I don't want to put this down just yet. Do you want a challenge recommendation? A lonely year? Right now, I am trying this run out. I've been, you know, asked to do this several times, so I'm going to stick to that for this stream at least. And then my long-term run is a 16x run. I'm going to keep to that one. I have seen One Painful Year, or whatever. That was like what initially got me into Zomboid. It was Cromwell Archer, like way back in, I don't know, whatever year Build 41 or Build 40 came out. But that is what started me on Zomboid. I mean, you can tell me about it if you want. All over, damn it. This is probably just a gas station, motel, that's what that is. We're kind of without the initial sprinter scare, but just a matter of, you know, whenever one wants to show up. We'll survive 1 year with the nighttime sprinters, low population. Doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, I mean, you're talking to my 6 tanks run. I just craft everything, get everything from foraging. I get that this stream is very different from my 6 tanks run, but my 6 tanks run, I just live off in the woods, make everything, which I get that you're saying I can't leave Louisville, so there still are a number of places in Louisville, like the, you know, gated community that has 3 entrances. You can close that up pretty easily, live inside there. And then there are, you know, the triple mansions north of there that has water access for fish, as well as just drinking water. But you can close that whole area. That is, you know, a city-sized square that you can do urban foraging in, and urban foraging in is very good for trash foraging. And even if I am playing with like zombie respawns, that area that I'm mentioning, you know, you close that up, that's 3 entrances, no respawns in the entire square. Same deal with the, you know, gated mansions. Now the gated mansions nowadays do have breakable fences around them. They're not invulnerable, but the gated community, those fences, you can't break them. Oh, hello. Get that guy out of here. I do have like a micro fence here, so like I'm not super worried, but it is kind of placed awkwardly. I've really got to do something about this strain. I've been swinging a lot. Too easy, technically you make it more Zedzy. I mean, usually that's the approach to, you know, anything, but or simply just, you know, having them not be nighttime sprinters, be them sprinters the entire time. I mean, if I'm like, you know, looking at this from the perspective of like I'm not as familiar with Zomboid, I wouldn't really know about, you know, those things, but I've spent a lot of time in Louisville. Or is every single one of these doors... Okay, they're not all open, but a lot of them are. Kind of just powering through this right arm red strain. I should maybe back off for a bit. I guess see if I can't, you know, clear some of the guys that are south of my area. That they're a bit more of a problem. Yeah, 56 hours, you're probably still at the point where you know, most of the towns, you're not super familiar with them. You've only been to them like a few times. You know, Louisville especially, like, you know, it'll take you upwards to like, you know, 100 to 200 hours to actually explore it all. It's just a massive place. Ever spent maybe a month in game overall in Louisville? My 100,000 hours, suppose. Got a point something to do there. Yeah, it's just it's a large town. Like that's what I'm saying. Like even if you know, didn't really have that much population in Louisville, it would take you 100 to 200 hours to kind of go through it all. That being said, there are like, you know, a lot of districts that people point out are, you know, somewhat copy pasted. Like, you know, how many of these, you know, similar apartment blocks are you going to have to go through before you can, you know, say you've been through them all? But I mainly mean just like the, you know, POIs and individualized housing. That's actually kind of special. Man, I had like not red strain for just a little bit there. I suppose we can make a log fence down here just in case, because we are a bit of a ways away from any of that stuff. These are your lifeline for playing with sprinters. You do not want to be far away from one. Sprinter will always trip over these, and you can bop them on the head. So much easier than, you know, trying to push them over and then another one comes. Oh, I don't have any more rags. That's fine. Place is at West Point, 3 mansions in Build 41. Yeah, that's a solid place. Right on the river too, I think, right? Yeah, I'll be honest, whenever I base even remotely close to West Point, I always end up in Twiggies. Twiggies is probably not the best place, but, you know, I do enjoy it there. Alright, we're gonna spin around, get rid of the strain. Are the mansions gone and stable? It's also just a matter of, like, most stable, you know, made all these fences be destructible, so... Like, some of those super safe base locations, like even the, you know, 3 mansions in LV, not as great anymore. Big estate house mansion, are they at least fenced in? Yeah, that's I typically like to live out on the outskirts, but that's also just because I play 16x, so like what we're watching right now is a bit atypical for, you know, my streams, but it's been requested I try out this mode a few times. Man, we've just been fighting with the strain all day, but I did do some push-ups yesterday. It's probably what set me off. Not fenced, good for good few buildings, but nothing special. Damn shame. Either way, it's probably a relatively low pop outskirts kind of location. So if you did want to base up there, it's probably solid. Why do people want me to play Extinction? I think sprinters get demonized. I mean, and to an extent, rightfully so. But, if you're new, people sometimes switch on sprinters and then survive a grand total of like, 30 seconds or something like that. Which, I mean, admittedly, even if you aren't new, you go back to this stream, the first run, I did live about 30 seconds, but that's because, I guess I have some excuses, but sometimes they just kill you. And that's how it is. But it is the, I guess, PZ devs take on a hard mode setting. There are 6% sprinters, there are respawns, there is a helicopter. So there are like a number of things that, people throw on to spice the game up and make it more difficult. That a lot of people honestly either play with entirely off or, at a much lower setting. But the population setting alone in Extinction isn't like, overwhelming. I will say the problem I'm seeing right now is my food is going down, right? So as much as I hate to say it, even in this mode, it seems like, the run off into the woods and, survive is kind of what you got to do, because how else am I going to gain weight right now? Outside of just continue looting, I guess. Yeah, Louisville is a fun city to spawn in. You are, however, at West Point right now, so you are the closest town to get to it if you do want to go to. You can get to West Point, especially if you have a car, in less than a day. I don't know what settings you're playing on, but it can be kind of fun to, break into Louisville your first try through the checkpoint. Checkpoint's a pretty fun place to go to. Lots of Zeds, lots of loot, lots of, potential for finding an M16 or a military bag. Some of these things that can't really find anywhere else on the map. Of course it's locked. Yeah, I've been liking it so far. I mean, honestly, this is the most I've played in a town since release, but the things I do enjoy the most are the, changes to forest density. You can run through the woods a lot easier without using walk 2. And when you cut the trees down, also you get a lot more, logs, large branches especially, and saplings especially. But, as a wilderness player, that is a welcome change. Might have slight tweaks and loot chance, so I get more non-canned food, but that's about it. A uniform is a unique take on things, because that basically means that, like, every cell has the same population in it. I don't typically play with that one on. I mean, that would make playing in the woods harder, but then it would also just make playing in the woods, like, kind of useless. Because you could just play in the town and, you know, reap all the benefits the same way. Is it harder than normal? It depends on your, like if you're playing relatively low population, uniform is probably easier. Because, you know, it's going to send some of the Zeds that you otherwise would have encountered into, you know, the forests and stuff that you won't ever really go to. But if you are, for example, playing 16x, which is like the most Zeds you can have, like my other save, and you did uniform, then that would just mean there's a lot of zombies effectively everywhere. So there's no like low population part of the map that you can go to early game when your skills are low, or if you like spawned 0-0 fitness and strength and want to grind them up. We have Sprinter coming in. Right, I really am just wrestling with the strain right now. I'm not letting my arm cool off and trying to fight through it. But honestly, if I go home, it's like I don't really have much of a carving goal anymore now that I have the short bats. I mean, I can get to the long bat, but my skill's already lower. $16x uniform would just be bad everywhere. Yeah, I think 16x, if you play uniform, you essentially have to spawn in with some like high fitness strength, or I don't know, have the ability to get upstairs somewhere and like take the floor away. But like even then, you're gonna have to feed yourself and drink water somehow. Like I've seen some people in like Retinaro's Discord talk about setting up challenges with like the the mall by Louisville, and having that be a spawn point on 16x uniform. But even then, it's like such a rush early game. I'm sure there's like some, you know, max fitness, max strength build that has, you know, a ×3 multiplier, such as like Lumberjack with Brawler, that you could work out, that you could maybe get going. But axes, when you're playing like in an interior, aren't like the easiest thing to get going. More of a, you know, short blunt, or, you know, just whatever you can get your hands on kind of thing. Here, let's put the strength on, and I mean, judging by like the XP that I got at the, you know, journal at the end of the day, I don't think it's lower than what I'm used to getting, at least. To try clear all of Westpoint, it's all good. I'd like to not die, but at least get to 3 months. I think like a goal just beyond like even clearing is seeing snow. Like it took me a while before I was you know, able to reliably make it to the winter and, you know, actually see snow without, you know, spawning in the winter in the game. And I've played with, you know, some of my like IRL friends that aren't exactly, you know, pros at this game, or whatever you want to call it. And almost none of them have like seen, you know, the snow in game. But honestly, just like even, you know, setting up your base and living that long is kind of an achievement on its own. Try to get 5 and see if that mitigates some of my strain, but it's really going to be a while before I can reliably fight these standing Zeds. I mean, you know, I've played plenty of 1x strain, but like I've actually quite enjoyed the less strain game mode that is Apocalypse Now, the 0.7. Guess I can go downstairs and get something to drink. Months on only 56 hours. My base is really good too. I wish I could show it, but I have a big farm and log walls. And it sounds like you might have like a bit more of like a, you know, building approach, you know, or Minecraft approach to this kind of thing. So I'd say it's solid. It means that you're, you know, able to feed and maintain your character. I'm gonna assume you're probably, you know, neutral weight as well. You're in the 75 to 85 weight range that I am rapidly approaching to not be in, but yeah, you might want to, I mean, I wouldn't say just jump into Extinction. So Extinction does have the sprinters, you know, and that's, you know, personally why I don't play it all that often. But, you know, you could go in sandbox mode and play with some insane zombies or, you know, an enhanced amount, something like that, make it a little bit more challenging. Yeah, the game's all about just, you know, making it as hard as you want it to be. Okay, where is our water here? It is probably just that. And then there's like something right here that I can get to. So I can kind of move my way over there and start basing up on that place or build some kind of fishing hut, then I can fish. But looks like until then, I am going to, you know, keep losing weight. It's a bad thing. I mean, you know, I can tink butter. But now I'm sad. My carrot, well, hold on. I have a bowl. I can put the carrot in. This. I became sad by that. But then I took the bowl, carrot in it, and it makes me happy. Allegedly, at some point. There we go. I'm so happy. I'm going to try to grind out strength 5 here. Well, yeah, I didn't even really grind strength that much, and I'm in agony. Back to my beer drinking self. Been trying Extinction, but I don't know if I enjoy the sprinters at all. Yeah, they're a bit tough to get around. You just really have to, I mean, I've got, you know, kill box there, I've got fences there. It's more or less like the, you know, gameplay I've described where I have a bunch of safe houses around to sleep at, but at least now it's like, so, well, I don't have a pencil, but like I have a fence here, I have a fence here, I have a fence here, I have a fence down here, I have a fence over here. You just need fences everywhere. I have a fence here. So, and the further you are away from a fence that you know where it is, the less of a chance you have of survival by the time you see 2 sprinters at the same time. Yeah, the higher carpentry levels don't really impact your, character beyond 7. You don't learn anything else, but the stuff you do build does have more health. So like, if you're building walls, it'll tank more hits when you're max level. But that is about it. Yes, we can have my strength grind displayed. Died in the other run. I did not die in the other run. Very common question. Radford's playing any other save. He must have died. Now, it's commonly asked, what can you do in a run that is Extinction run, bro? You try it out. So we're trying it out today. What do I want? I want that 10 milliliter. There we go. It's all right. I do have to, keep sprinters in mind, and me pressing Q when I didn't mean to is just an incredible use of my free will. Should be fine though. I do think it's a fun take on, the PZ devs. Am I hearing what I'm hearing? So it's a fun take on what the devs would say is like a hard mode. There's sprinters, there's sometime helicopter, there's respawns. All pretty fun mechanics, but is it something that I can see myself playing regularly? Not really. I do like my 16x. Alright, I think we're chilling. Virgil just decided to yell out for some reason. But I guess it kind of confirms that I've killed most of everything that is around here. How many hours do I have in PZ? I have like 3,000 hours. I have too many hours. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get to that water, but once I get to the water, I can fish pretty easy. I am in a negative protein setting right now, though. I'm getting less experience than I would like on my push-ups. If you'd like, you can go in the sandbox settings and select Extinction to look at all the settings, but in essence, it is a 2.5 times population multiplier. They're superhuman strength. They're, super strong. There is a helicopter. There is respawns, but the respawns are equivalent to the old apocalypse settings. So it's 0.1 and 72-hour respawn and 16-hour on scene. There's less loot. I can sit here and rattle stuff off, but that is, what I remember off the top of my head. somewhere there's the chair. The feeling of clearing out areas. How about do voids take over areas if you're not? I think the respawns is another. I think respawns is, so sprinters are one thing, but respawns especially are over demonized by newer players. They just think that most, like, any Zeds migrating into a cell that they've, you know, killed is from respawn. So respawn, what effectively it is, if I can open the map. So the area that I'm in, I haven't really even explored outside of this area, right? But effectively, this area I am almost always loading, or I'm almost always, you know, moving around in. So no Zeds will respawn in this area. However, so if I went into the town, right? And I killed a bunch of Zeds over here. Say this area, like this square right here, had a population of 200, and I left this area, and I didn't go back for like another 24 hours. 10% of that cell would respawn. So, and if I didn't go back to that area, 20 more zombies would respawn in like a clump somewhere. So it's not huge, especially on apocalypse settings. But that's just like 20 Zeds is effectively just like a, you know, one circle of Zeds. 24 IRL is like 24 in game, you know. So, but since I've only ever really been in this area, there's not really a chance for these Zeds to respawn in this area the whole time. Yeah, like if you're playing 16x and you're playing with respawns, you really have to do some funky stuff. And, you know, if you really want to, you know, I've done a whole series of playing with 16x respawns, of course, in Build 42, but I did 16x respawns in Louisville. You know, the cells with the largest population. So effectively in that game mode, you know, there are cells that have like 5,000 zombies in them. And I made it so that 20% would respawn in, you know, half the time. So every 8 hours. It requires you to do a lot of things like, you know, just Molotoving thousands of Zeds in a day just to, you know, be able to stay anywhere. But you know, that kind of game mode I feel like is what a lot of people kind of describe the respawns as, rather than the, you know, the every 24 hours I have to deal with 20 more zombies, and it's the worst thing ever. But yeah, that's in essence how it works. I mean, that's for real. The respawns, there was a time where I had to, you know, block off part of the road, and just to get to where it was, like I spent 2 weeks straight killing people with a crowbar before I just gave up and was just like burning it. But then like I was burning it and attempting to not burn the walls that it was next to get up to where it finally was. And by the time I could finally get up to, you know, even where I needed to build the wall, I like was in pitch black. You know, of course in Build 42 I wouldn't even be able to build the wall in the dark, but I was doing it in the dark and there were still like Zeds around and some of them were on fire. And but I did, you know, there's a whole video about it on my channel if you do care to watch that. But yeah, I'm not saying that, you know, respawns is totally negligible, but you know, the 10%, you know, respawn of a cell that has, you know, max 50 Zeds in it. So, or sorry, 500 would be 50 every 200 hours. It's not the worst thing ever, especially if you're like a late game character that can actually, you know, deal with that reliably. How can we watch a video when you stream 24/7? Hey man, that's just recently. But there may come a day, as in there may come Wednesday, where I have to go back and go to work type of deal. But for the time being, I'm able to stream for, you know, these ridiculous unemployed hours. But Wednesday, I will have to relinquish that role. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, the state of YouTube and all that, I don't make enough money off of this stuff to, you know, support myself from 20 viewers or whatever. So we gotta work a job. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Put the fries in the bag, little bro. I used to work as an engineer, then I quit that job, and now I work in a warehouse. Not a fantastic career path, I might admit, but what we're doing right now. I have to go back tomorrow, RIP. Maybe one day I'll go back to engineering, but the job market right now, at least in my area, not fantastic. Definitely a shift in careers. I mean, it's more so I quit, and then now I'm just doing I guess you could quantify it as gig work, kind of shit. I do mechanical. That is what my degree is in, and that is what I have experience in. Just like CAD stuff. Specifically like hydraulics. I got laid off like way back. No, I didn't get laid. So like the field I'm in isn't really an AI field. I'm not software or anything like that. There's less concern for, AI taking over for mech engineer roles. But I mean, there is like speculation around that, but I think the AI kind of affects the, coding sphere a little bit more, which I am not that. But hey, what do I know? I work in a warehouse lugging mattresses around without a forklift, just with my bare hands. Maybe AI is out here to get us all. But combining mechanic and YouTube, like building stuff or designing stuff, I haven't really done all that much in terms of like, if you're asking about like lathe work or CNC work, I've just done, in essence, the CAD manager for it. Or, sorry, like the CAD drawings and drafting. Manager in gambling, hell yeah. Got a bit of time before AI comes in networking engineering. Yeah, I feel like those, just any computer related fields. I mean, I guess, I'm talking about CAD as if it's not computer related, but I think it's going to be a while before people are, trusting an airplane to take off that was designed by AI rather than a human. Yeah, I mean, it's software. But I mean, the very core example that I just gave, I don't think people are going to be ecstatic to drive cars with AI engines and whatever, or like, but like some simple things, probably not as big of a deal. Yeah, I'm just going to be doing this run for today. This is just kind of a like, how do you get set up in Extinction kind of thing. All right, we have lost our feeble status. We're now 5, but now I'm in agony, so I'm gonna need to like sleep this off before I can, go out again. Hopefully I get a little less strain from this. And I'm kind of in a rough spot for food, honestly. Like I can eat this garlic and parsley. Just to, like I'm Wario or something. I think Wario eats garlic. I'm gonna go and try to cook this eggplant. Oh, somehow that guy got inside and he's hitting the door. I don't know how long that's been going on for. Things will be okay. A Boeing flaps not extending due to hydraulic failure because AI not so much. Yeah, that's pretty much my thought process. Like, I mentioned, I did work in hydraulics, but it's like there are pretty important things in aeronautics and such that you don't want to mess up. Show me that eggplant, bruh. Man, I just want to get to the stove over here. I'm gonna have to stomp my way through to it. I can't swing with my arms. Yeah, you can eat it. It'll just make you depressed. And I don't really have like a, you know, surplus of things that can relieve happiness. So if I become depressed, I will be depressed for a while. I'm gonna cook it. Easy peasy. I'm not gonna eat it just yet though. I'm gonna wait till I'm starving. Because I kind of blew through all my food, but if I get to the gas station, there should be some stuff there that I can just eat. Alright, yeah, not a whole lot of stuff I can do in this moment. Where'd my backpack go? It's right here, I think. I guess I could have just taken this stuff out and put it in the fridge to de-thaw. That is more food I could eat, but basically everything else I have is going to make me sad if I eat it. Especially uncooked. Are there any challenges, runs you are interested in doing besides 16x? I pretty much just like 16x how I like to play the game. I do enjoy it. Yeah, there's not really anything I can grind right now. Even if I do more exercise, it's just going to be more strain, and there's like enhanced strain in this game mode. Probably no Extinction 16x. I've described it, you know, it's been asked several times in the stream so far. Means that I would have to deal with an apocalypse level of sprinters, aka like 1x population, along with just the normal 16x gameplay, and you know, it would just be me being in the woods even more than I already am. I don't know, I'm kind of just gonna fast forward the date away, honestly, because I'm gonna be in agony, but I can sleep it off. Fairly small eggplant. It's above average, bro. Bag of fries. So if I open these chicken nuggets, I think they make me sad if I don't cook them, right? So I should just go and cook. I should have brought these over and... Well, actually, they don't even make me sad to eat. I just eat them raw. That's kind of bizarre. Oh, maybe I can turn the TV on. What day is it? Oh, yeah, we don't have any more TV, do we? It's over. Well, maybe I can just sit outside. I mean, I'm not even in terrible strain anymore. It's going down, so I could, you know, for the last little bit here, kill some guys south of here. Follow your guide for 16 years. Really don't want to be at the point you are now. Clearing town seems pretty fun. And it's kind of like just chipping away slowly at like a you know, big goal. But yeah, I like the long-term runs for that reason. Our plans for weight. There are fish nearby, so my plan is to just get this area over here. But, you know, until I am able to fight a number of Zeds, which aka I probably can with, you know, 9.5, that's a decent amount. What I'm dealing with now is really just getting my weapon skill up so I don't have strain all the time. Or I could, you know, start cutting trees down, doing a lot more fence fighting than I do, because I'm going to have to for this guy, but... bit harder to get one-shots when I constantly have high muscle strain. Yeah, the movie theater seems like it's a pretty decent spawn for this game mode. Yeah, I could actually do trapping because I was able to watch TV, so I do know the box trap. I don't have a whole lot of bait for it though. As well as like nails, I would need to get nails somehow. The weight issue is, this is like the first day I've been underweight. Being underweight's not horrible, especially because like managing a damage loss is a lot easier than managing a endurance loss. Your stamina is used for like just carrying things or running, whereas, you know, damage is only fighting Zeds. I guess you could say, you know, knocking a door down, but pretty niche. Yeah, where am I at to? I'm nowhere close to this. So like I even have a bonus, a 2x bonus to this short blunt. It is still, I mean, you know, I shouldn't put too much stress on, you know, getting that. It is my first day playing this character, so coming along. Probably more than anything should just mix stomps in more often, as well as it would help if I had a fence around here I could use. That is unfortunate. Make sure my shoes aren't... they're doing okay. Would like some new ones, though. But it is 20, I've noticed. And with the nights being pitch black, I am going to go back home. I heard a sprinter. Oh no. Isn't that awesome? Lacerated too. That's what I get for not building it too wide, bro. Yeah, I'm bitten. Or sorry, 3 wide. But yeah, that's the game mode. That's sprinters. How it goes. I can drink my beer I never drank. Never meant to be for Chud. Yeah, that's a... I mean... I'd have to look at the rest of Rosewood, but, you know, from what I understand, the fire station... Like, we can spawn the fire station real quick and see if that, if there's, like, a really wide fence for that, I wouldn't just get stuck running around the fence like that. I was gonna just try to vault over, but this is a bad idea. Oh, you're fake dead. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of sprinters for that reason. It's just like, oh man, I wonder if I can get across the fence or whatever. Just fencing all the time. That is how quick you can die to fence fighting, or sorry, not fence fighting, corpse sickness. Alright, I'll try Rosewood and just go to the fire station spawn. Oh yeah, you don't spawn in the fire station anymore. Eat me. I'm at the school. What's extinction mode? Great question. Did I just no, oh, I went over a solid block, that's what it is. Oh, this is the... What's it? Our station should be right here. I suppose if you spawned in this, that wouldn't be the best, but there's no more pole fence throughout this whole thing. Of course, now it's going to be pitch black and I'm not going to be see a damn thing, but like the fence out front of the fire station is gone. I feel like they got rid of a lot of the long wire fences. Like, so playing in some areas with sprinters, like as you just saw, it's like, well, you got to build these tiny little log fences and hope you can use them right. Did I die on the other save? It's a very common question. No. Yeah, where are the wire fences? They just deleted all the fences off the map in this new map. There's a piano store. I'm sure there's some areas like outside of the map that have the fences that I keep talking about. You know, like Echo Creek, for example, has a ton of them. You're stuck with like these fences. Oh, hello. I'm dead. I was trying to see if I can spawn in the fire station, if that's even still a thing. I know the fire officer, you know, typically had, you know, a couple different places. Oh, this guy's just a flint nodule in his filing cabinet for some reason. Or why is your house so dark? This guy's just... That's how you get rid of sprinter. Yeah, you just use fences, but... I guess like old mold draw, maybe you're, I mean, I keep describing it, but, here, let's, just, game capture, right? Then I go here, map, build 42 map. Why is that not? Awesome. This is okay. That's the most recent one, but like build 41. I guess, you know, even 42.19 is just this. Like they have all these. I'm not even zooming in at the right place. Freaking Rosewood. They got rid of these fences all over the place. Like this fence was all the way down, all the way across, all the way. This is great for sprinters. There's just not a whole lot of those. The over where I was, you know, fences here, fences here, fences here, fences, fence. Yeah, big fence. Fence. I guess, you know, main road, not a whole lot, but, you know, and also just like the area that you know, typically spawn in, these, you know, 2-story buildings, fence. So there's just fences all over the place. Now, not so much. And thus, I guess I haven't really looked at this all that much. Where are the fences? These are all vault fences. I guess, you know, they're kind of mixed in here. Now you just stop complaining and get better. Where was I? Or where am I? I don't know where anything is. Okay. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of fences, I guess. I just have to build everything down here. Okay, if I got up the road here, there's some. The fire station especially, no big fence outside of that. Okay, I guess there's a little further up the road, but extinction population is, I would want them to be like right outside the area that I spawned in to actually deal with them. That's tough, man. Wonder if the grappling system will replace this sprinter's telepathic slowdown. Yeah, that's a bit funny that that is still kind of how it is. Yeah, I mean, well, I simply only died to one sprinter, and that's just because I had two. You can go back and watch, but I had a 2 wide fence, and I was just running circles around it, trying to, I guess I could have ran out a little bit more and spun around, but admittedly, I'm not as in tune with my sprinter playing itself. It could be. I'm gonna come back up. We do. Oh no, there it is. I mean, I didn't aggro more than 4 Zeds. I aggroed 1. Nah, I probably won't keep playing Extinction. I do enjoy my 16x game mode. But that is at least my take on, what you do for it. You just got to build fences all over the place. I like fence fighting. I just don't like having to, fence fight all the time. Is my game gonna crash or something? Oh, no, we're good. Extinction without building fences. So what do you do when you see multiple sprinters? Just die. Mountain was fun. Hey, I'll see you, man. Yeah, so like, I mean, other builds that could work. Obviously, lumberjack. Go into using the stone axes and all that. Here's where there's one stuff, yeah. I could have turned around. I mean, that one, admittedly, it's completely a mistake on my part. But it's like, it's just a matter of time, like how long I'm gonna go before, even if you're like the best player ever, I can see myself, surviving however many months into it. Like if I'm just cutting a tree down and, getting myself exhausted, or, my inventory is full of logs, and, even just one singular sprinter shows up, how quickly am I gonna be able to drop those logs, or, whatever, to get away from them? And that room for error, for what I'm describing, is there's ways around it with shamblers, but there's not as an immediate answer for sprinters in some cases. I guess we could look at, some of the other newer town spawns, but I mean, what it comes down to is I'm gonna have to grind strength again, get all that up. Like, I'll see if I can do like a chatted out character that just has a million negatives, so I can spawn with not ass stats. You have to take so much bad to get the good. It's tough, man. Like, do I just disorganized? Oh man. I guess I drop fast learner, but then like I'm still gonna need to, you know, grind my weapon skills and all that back up. Honestly, just don't see myself starting another run here. Pure blood isn't bad. It's kind of annoying though. I'd rather drop fast learner than take fear of blood and like clumsy. Clumsy's pretty annoying, especially with sprinters, and they'll hear you from a million miles away. I guess if I'm doing axes, I don't really need whittler, but yeah, this character is not built to craft. They are just built to run around, and that's about it. Yeah, unless you're living like by a river, fear of blood is kind of hard to deal with. I'm not, you know, fully aware of how much water like a washing machine uses. Like maybe hooking one up super late game is more efficient, but you know, honestly, I've ever only set up a washing machine a handful of times. So for a good time, not a long time, that's exactly what this guy is. This guy is like just, I have near double the amount of negative traits as I do positive ones, just so I could take strong at an athletic. It's a hard life. And to top it all off, don't get fast learner from it. Or maintenance bonus, man. I mean, I didn't ever really nimble. It's just, you know, the sprinters. I just feel like I'm playing, you know, sprinters if I'm doing this. Essentially, this is what it's going into it. Yeah, I mean, I get the base by the water and be in the wilderness run sort of deal, but like I'm already doing that in my 16x, and I was trying to, you know, avoid doing that because like the going to the woods and be a hobo strategy works for just about any game mode outside of, you know, what people have talked about 16x like uniform, but at that point there's zero reason to go into woods really at all. But yeah, going into the woods and being a hobo definitely works in Extinction. It's the only reason I'm not doing it is because, you know, I already have a run that I'm doing that. Alright, what do I take? What do I take? Maybe the really built for a good time and not a long time and take Brave. I'm not panicking all the time. Nah, I ain't going rural. I mean, like, you know, if I want to go rural, I could just play my 60x. How much ouch is disorganized? It's pretty bad. Organized is like only good if your goal is to, you know, be alive for like 2 days and I guess like max out glassmaking or something oddball like that. Especially because the main thing is that disorganized lowers your bag space, so you're like super limited in what you can carry around. And especially so if you play, you know, puny. Because if you play puny and disorganized, your inventory is, you can carry like nothing. You can barely even wear clothes. Yeah, it's not great, but I mean, you know, it's either I take disorganize or like short of breath or something. So I think I take disorganize in that scenario. Lower loot config for extinction. It's already pretty low. But yeah, I'm not, you know, looking forward to, oh, okay, I'm probably not going to continue playing Extinction as my like rig game mode. I like my 16x run. That is my preferred game type, as well as, you know, I'm not just going to abandon that run while it's going on. I have 3 points. What do I spend with 3 points? Also just drop, like, how many books did I read in that run? None, bro. Now I can have the extra stuff. I can drop disorganized. I can drop party appetite. Awesome. Restless Sleeper is very bad. I am not a fan of Restless Sleeper. Especially like sometimes you can wake up and still be drowsy. It's not great. I know I'm not 10-10, but it's just, you know, what I'm spawning in with. Yeah, I would take Disorganized before I took Restless Sleeper. Also, I don't even know what town I spawned in, but I have, what am I, Bull Draw? Alright, and now it's just a matter of how do I get out of the town and find where a fence is. Yeah, I guess it doesn't help that the game, when I'm playing a different game type and they also changed, you know, the map, so I don't know where anything is. I'm just gonna run around and die pretty much. Alright, so that's just certain death. I'm pretty much dead here. Yeah, I'm dead. I could go to the gas station if I knew where the gas station was. But I don't. They changed the map. And I've elected to self-grief by just not looking at the map the whole time, except when I guess I did because I was curious about if there were fences anywhere. There's a fence here. And there are windows. That has been dispatched. And now I'm just playing hobo game mode again. Great, I'm still alive, of course. Where am I going? You know, to the left. It's always hobo. It's so true. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to just beat the, you know, go into the woods strategy. Honestly, it's like, it's just always there for you. That being said, I haven't really given myself go in the woods perks, so does not help me. Where's that? I was gonna go to the, what's it? Military. See if I can get there, but I'll probably be thirsty by the time I get to it. What am I trying to path around? Oh, there are so many boulders here, man. So they just took all the boulders from my peninsula and put them over here, seemingly. There's so many boulders, it's like hard to click on a tile to keep walking. Imagine, you know, playing uniform population and just being in this area. It would be awful. Everything reverts to my 16x exactly. It's like, it's just, we're just going to be in the woods again. I'm a bit off track, maybe. I thought that it was, there's a dirt road that I would have seen by now. Extinction is impossible to survive day one in town. I mean, depending on what your definition of isn't in town, yes, but now the stayed like on the, you know, my spawn area that whole like last run. Got to short bats and then we just, you know, made a mistake with sprinters and now we're dead. Now we're gonna field the extinction is impossible questions for all of eternity. Intended playstyle, like being on the outskirts is definitely intended playstyle, especially with like raising animals and how animals attract Zeds. You know, if you were in a town and you had cows or anything like that, they would just go ballistic the whole time if you're like in an area like that. And you can't take animals to like a 2-story building. They get stressed when they go off the ground floor. Yeah, I didn't have any problems with looting. But like just in general, with how, you know, handling sprinters is, as well as game progression, like the wilderness is just the way to go. Head directly left across it. That's what I've been doing. I've been going left for a while. I thought I would have hit it already. Alright, nice. We're back up on the road. Admittedly, I haven't been to the military base in like forever, so why is my character portrait like this? What? Oh my god. Bro, what is going on? Oh, Yeah, at this point I'm going to like Echo Creek. Maybe we take our tank and all that off so we can not be unpleasantly hot and not be getting more thirsty. Yeah, I get that, you know, some people probably really enjoy it, but for me in particular, I just like the, you know, pacing of 16x, as well as, you know, not the, you know, imminent threat of just like having to constantly worry about where a sprinter is and then running to a fence. Like, oh man, I hope I can get you to fall over the fence, and if you don't, then I'm dead. I mean, at this rate, I am gonna die of thirst for sure. Chickens and other animals die if you don't feed them. If you're asking about like putting food in their trough, you don't really need to do it as much with chickens until it snows. Once it snows, then they need to have grass in their trough, otherwise they'll die. Or can we CQC sprinters? It's more so just like when they're like tailing you right behind you, like they were when I, you know, unfortunately perished. Dying of thirst. It's over for me. Until I find a berry. With my 0 foraging. Is it a good berry? No. It's a millipede. I'm so thirsty. If only I had something to drink. It's been years since I've drank. Oh, okay. Yeah, all my foraging luck dumped into this stupid... Alright, now I'm not dying of thirst. Except, these are just horrible mushrooms. It's over. He ate the spicy mushroom. I was so thirsty. He didn't take wilderness knowledge. Yeah, I mean, more or less. Super meta pick to Extinction is just the same as 16x. You just run into the woods. Yeah, I was thirsty, man. I had to eat the mushroom. Alright, I'm liking it. There's fences. There's all sorts of fences. West Point's just better. Oh, hey, raccoon. Oh my god, I'm gonna save you. Get back here. It's just you and me, bro. It's over. Nah, not quite. I mean, you know, can't. Well, you can't upload videos to Twitch. They're just, you know, Twitch isn't really a video platform. It's a streaming platform. Clearly, that stomp crippled their spine. This is like my exposure to New West Point. Is just running around and trying not to have a sprinter on my ass. I'm gonna change my Radford points into USDs. Maybe one day we'll have bank exchange ATM machines. I need to cripple you guys. I didn't cripple them. Also, there. Okay, I could have picked up that tree branch right there and maybe like started swatting at him, but you know, I would still just be, you know, killing a sprinter in the middle of a town. I'm seeing a lot more of these fences though. I think West Point might be a better town. This goes down to the gas station. I'm pretty sure this is just the main road that goes up to Twiggy's. Yeah, that's the storage facility. I'm more or less goofing. I mean, like, I just lost my, you know, grind the strength to 5, and it is more just a showcase of like, oh hey, this is, you know, how I would approach doing an extinction run, because I get asked it very frequently. So now I have like a, you know, hey, you can go see this and see this, but then I don't know. I don't think I, you know, have it in me to do another strength grinding and carving grinding session. Yeah, I mean, I did say I was gonna get on the MP server a little later after this. I didn't intend this to be a regular thing. No, you're good. I mean, there's still the VOD, but and I'll be on tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow I'll be back to my more typical, what's it, 16x runs. Remembering when someone grinded 0.5 strength and took their first steps outside. L. Okay, bro. Yeah, I mean, that's more or less what, you know. I mean, I got the run off the ground, right? It's just a matter of, like I keep saying, not making a mistake with one singular sprinter. Yeah, it's impossible to die as sprinters, bro. Just make him go over the fence full head. Alright, no lie, this is like my first introduction to, you know, going through mold rust since the changes, so I'm kind of liking running around. That's what I'm seeing. I think a lot of these interiors were changed, but not the exteriors. Yeah, it looks really nice. And I think there's easier in plants. Yeah, young strawberry plants. There's a lot more farming going wrong. Maybe I should just walk around in apocalypse mode and actually see like what the towns look like. Quit being a fat chud and, you know, running out into the woods. Hey Rick, go home and play Oids. What are you doing, bro? What's taking you so long? Oh my god, there are so many farms now. Of course, if you play like 16x, they're all going to be trampled by the time you get to it. Oh wait, that's kind of nice. This fence area is really good. Because you can like fall back from here to that, then you have like a central area. That fence is like already getting chewed away. Maybe it spawned free damage. This area is kind of nice. I mean, it had these fences before. Oh, he got 2 pushes. But I'm going to be like high exertion very soon. And now I'm in the woods and I can play like a hobo again. I don't even remember what my like final kill count, whatever. It was probably like 2 weeks and like 500. I don't know. That's like more or less what I guessed in Discord it was gonna be yesterday. Some 500, get the run off the ground kind of deal. See some of the town. Don't even know where I am. Oh, I spawned in a different town. So I wonder if they changed the Here, I'll just put debug mode on. I'm gonna kind of look around a little bit because I have not done this yet. I think it would be kind of cool to see. I kind of I'll put 16x on too and see if some of these cells have their populations changed. Let's do sandbox. Let's do just Muldra. That's where I was at. Well, I guess I don't need to do 16x because it's just gonna make my game laggy, and I don't think that they changed the values all that much. I can also just look at zombie population and multiply whatever the number is by 16. Yeah, it looks cool, but I don't want to deal with like the crashing right now. Go load into the fire station on my extinction run. I was really expecting there to be a wire fence out front of it like there used to be, but there's just not. So yeah, we're gonna just give myself spoilers. There's some like crucial areas I'm interested in. I'm interested in this train station here, because this corner is where like I went to cryo winter. And it is, you know, that's like a doable population day one, 16x, 20. Not really, it's 320 that you have to deal with. But this area looks kind of neat. I mean, it's a shithole, but place is kind of awesome. Wait, is there a sleeping bag in there? Ooh, hold on. Of course you can't get into it. I'll put that over there. Sleep. Poor quality. What's this candle though? There's just a lit candle that doesn't do any light. Yeah, I was know about that. But yeah, getting to this cell up here, day one, is not horrible, but the cell lower is gonna be kind of bad. Hey man, we gotta go to some of these shithole places for. That's just how you start 16x runs. Looks like the loot in here is going to be kind of awful. Rat poop. Awesome. And then I've done a couple starts here. Target population 0, target population 12. So this is going to be like 200 Z pop. They didn't change this. I wonder if they changed the drug lab though. No, this looks the same. It's completely the same. I guess there's no reason to have the Zeds know where I'm at. Well, train station. Oh yeah, this place is gonna be awful on 16x, but it already was. I knew that already, but I thought they would change this and make this lower population. There used to be no zombies here in build 42 or build 41. Also, my fast move is so much more laggy than it used to be. Why is it like this? I mean, I haven't been in this area in build 42 yet. It does look kind of nice for be a cool base. It's just so populated. This is just apocalypse settings, but like I'm fast moving around and you can probably see just the, oh my god. What the hell is that? But yeah, I just have default apocalypse settings right now. Yeah, they're just a random car falling from, you know, 200 feet up. Yeah, but I'm just like holding W. I'm not even in a town. It's still like stuttering. These are no population cells. I'm not even loading anything. I'm just loading trees. I mean, is it like that if I drive a car? Might maybe RAM issue? Don't think so. I mean, I've seen Retinaru play and he has like issues just driving around even. You know, admittedly I don't, you know, drive a car all that terribly often, but, you know. Okay, let's not just embarrass ourselves and crash into trees. But I am trying to like drive as fast as I can to kind of showcase. I guess it's not horrible, but that fast move is pretty bad. There's still some stutter. Alright, what other new shithole places? I guess I didn't really look at Dixie. Was Dixie changed? I guess the exterior of these trailers does look pretty different. Diner, this is kind of new, maybe? Well, wait, no, the diner used to be like under construction. Man, this fast move is horrible. I have to imagine if I like do fast move in Louisville, it's probably the worst case scenario because of all the tall buildings. That's actually about the same. Yeah, I mean, I did at whatever point change the allocated RAM. I think it's at like 8. But I mean, I don't have an issue running around or really playing the game at all. It's just this fast move didn't always used to be like this. It's very laggy. Games look awesome on the map. Yeah, if you just have the ability to read rather than question marks everywhere. Bro has all the RAM in the world. Worlds versus man. It is more so I played Vintage Story like 2 or 3 years ago or whatever, and it was just laggy as fuck because that game just is not really that optimized for RAM. I bought, you know, 64 gigs and then the price just exploded. So thank you, Vintage Story. That was very nice of you. I don't think there's really any shithole in West Point I want to look at. I mean, Twiggies did not change at all. Twiggies was already different. Yeah, Vintage Story could do no wrong. It can eat all 64 gigabytes of my RAM and I would still play it. And it's so pretty now. There's all these houses are just like not little box houses like they used to be. Yeah, REP to any RAM people out there that need to buy it nowadays. I mean, I was looking at new computers because my friend was asking me like, hey, what should I get for a desktop or whatever? And on Newegg, I saw the hilarious thing of bring your own RAM under a PC, like desktop, like pre-built. So like they're selling desktops now that just don't even have RAM in them. Interesting. They're just drying racks out here. Oh, a campfire that I can just... What does this look like with fuel in it? What am I even doing? Log. Add lighter. Add twig. Awesome. Charcoal burning. So there's just like a little campsite out here. Kind of cool that they added stuff to the, you know, shoreline like this. A lot more swampy with the plants. I remember running up here, it is just not really any plants or anything on the shoreline. More trees. That is the same. Yeah, they've added a ton up on this, like, just completely out of the way area. That's nice. Probably some stuff that I'm missing if I... Oh, there's just a tire right there. But, like, you know, just randomly out in the woods that they changed. Bunch of voids. And then there was talk of the 3 mansions, right? Or whatever. That's... No, we're coming up to it, right? I don't actually know. I think it is this. Yeah, the big estate thing. I guess this isn't bad for 16x place. Not a horrible population, but you're still gonna have to kill like, I don't know, 1,000 Zeds before you can, you know, get in here. Did they do Fallas Lake, or are you saving that for 16x? They did, but I probably won't explore it, you know, right now. I do kind of want to just, I mean, like, I'm on the cusp of going into the town. Check it all out. And I saw enough of it when I spawned in that to, you know, I can tell you for certain that they did change it. This is a nice place. This is like a McCoy Estate kind of thing where they've got like crafting stuff and all that. All in one base kind of deal. And a room for you to watch vintage pornography in. There are buckets that count as simple forage. What, here? Oh, there's cows here. Yeah, this base is awesome. Do you know if you can shoot through metal gates in Rosewood gated communities? I believe so. If you can stab Zeds with like knives and stuff through it, or you know, a spear, you can definitely shoot through it. Out on the slanted shore northeast of West Point. Oh, there's just a simple forge out there. Yeah, I guess I didn't look at this. This like corner is actually kind of a nice spot. Oh, I already went by that. That's the brazier. But like on the horn over here, or I mean guns. Yeah, I'm saying if you can, you know, shoot, you hit them with it through that, and you can also shoot through it. You should be able to. I mean, what's stopping you from finding out if you can shoot through it? Sure you can. Flat side at the top slant. Maybe you mean this river? Oh, there wasn't this. This is new. Oh, there was never even a thing here before. I based over here a very long time. This is also where I did the tutorial for the what's it? The craft everything. This is a great 16x place actually. You get a stove. Population is like nothing. Yeah, you have to deal with, you know, 40 Zeds over here. You get a whole house. You know, a good quality sleeping surface. You know, several things of purified water. That's 5. Can you drink out of the showers yet? Or is that not? Probably not. You know, debug and have to try it out. So ask. Yeah, it's typically the only issues you would have shooting through something is if you shoot through like a window or something like that. Sometimes it just hits the window. Well, that's a neat little addition to that. Now the guys on the server played over at this house. But judging by the, you know, hordes outside as well as the guys here, it's probably not the best place to go. And also this is not any different than, you know, what it was last update. There's nothing new there. You know, I wouldn't dare going into this place. We're not going there. All right, then of course my area I've been playing in. If you're curious about the zombie pop, is basically nothing except for this one tile over here that has a population of 1. Target population, effective population. Yeah, we did like a finale on our 42.19 server and we were shooting through the gates no problem. But it was like pole gates. Maybe the built gate, there's some issues. The Firewatch Tower. Yeah, I've seen somebody play at that and talked about it a few times. I'm just thinking about like the lesser, you know, scene things like this. I think anyone's really looked. I mean, I'm sure at this point, you know, what I'm doing is essentially what most people did day one. You know, just looking at it in debug. But up Tessa. I think so. Nothing was changed with this though. I think this is just the same. Yeah, it looks the same. This though, I've heard is brand new. You're asking about the shooting through the gate. We can just like this gate. Zombies 1 spawn close item M16 add close cheats unlimited ammo whip. Oh my goodness. Yes, you can't shoot through the gate. But if we do timed actions, build, save, build, hole. I can shoot through player gate. Yeah, just not this one. Maybe, I mean, there's a player gate you can make that is like that one. Maybe you can't shoot through it. Yeah, it's just the existing, excuse me, just the existing gate that has issues. Yeah, it's just the existing fence, but like player built ones, I didn't have an issue shooting through. This is like what we were using on the server. And then like the fence itself, you can shoot through no problem. This place looks awesome. This is like hell for turning off and on the lights, though. If you powered this with a generator, you'd have to go and turn off every individual light to every cell. Yeah, well, I don't want to spoil too much. I mean, this is already a bit atypical for what my streams are. I was also just a bit curious of, you know, where the fences might be. Because I guess that does kind of change my approach to doing any kind of sprinters game mode. 288 cells, so quite a bit. Especially given how many prisoners I saw inside there. Yeah, a bit atypical for my streams. You know, we got a Extinction run off, but I did die, so that's something that just kind of happens this game, you know. But I guess maybe I showcased that, you know, getting strength up as well as getting weapons going isn't the worst thing ever, and you can do it with, like, I found a single pocket knife basically. Got to carving 7. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and just teleport around you guys because I don't, you know, maybe that interests some of you. But tomorrow I think I will continue my 16x run and continue fighting into what's it, Fallas Lake. So a lot more combat going on. That is the plan. But I am going to end it here for today, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.